I had my Notepad server on, and I looked at it, and I was like, why am I the only one online in the server? And then I'm like, oh wait.
Yeah. uh, okay. We are live.
Oh, you brought us into a kind of nice place. Like it's kind of creepy, but there's greenery.
Yeah. It's very warm today. It's very warm today,
Yeah,
so so I needed to be outside.
fair.
Even
You
if it
can
makes
open
my
my.
fucking cough worse, which it probably will.
Oh my god, we're on week 3 of your cough.
I think so.
Mm.
I
All
think
right,
this is just my life now. I think I'm just like,
it's your life now.
yeah. I think I am just a coffee little bitch now.
uh, you got sick once, and now this is your life. That's oh boy.
Yeah. I don't know because it feels like there's something stuck on my fucking larynx.
Did you not go to the doctor?
I don't have health insurance yet.
Oh wait, Colombia has health insurance?
Yeah,
I thought you
it's
guys would just operate on free healthcare like us.
no, it's a lot less messy and a lot cheaper than America, but we don't have insurance.
Okay. All
Anyway,
right then.
let's get started.
Yeah.
Let's get started.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Welcome,
hello
welcome.
everyone. It is us.
It is us. We are here, and we have opinions. We have opinions. We have very strong opinions about something.
Oh, god damn it. So Candy will start off with her week, and
Yeah,
then we'll segue into something.
yeah. Okay, so my week has been. I don't. I mean, like I only streamed once this week because I've been like horribly busy.
Oh,
Uh,
really? Okay.
yeah. I've been like horribly busy dealing with with like there was like a messy thing with like my job, and I had to like um and then I had to do some changes there. There was some stuff with my because like okay, so one of the things is like my grandma had like surgery recently, so
Oh,
my mom
I
had
hope
to.
she's okay.
Yeah, she's doing fine, fortunately.
That's good.
But my mom had to like go to her house and stay there for like a few days to like
Hmm.
help take care of her. So I was and because my sister still has like is still like recovering from her own surgery. Uh, I pretty so like she pretty much like doesn't have use of one of her hands because of one of the surgeries she had. So like I was the only person left in the house that could actually um like use both hands. So like like cleaning, cooking, stuff like that, it like fell to me. So I had to do a lot of that. Um, but I also had to deal with like which I had to unfortunately I had to like the job I started I have to leave it because it got really messy. And eventually I decided that it would be better for my health if I didn't continue. So I had to leave that. Fortunately, I like pretty much immediately after I made a decision to like stop with that one, I got contacted by another one. And I have done 2 interviews this week, and I have another interview on Monday, and that's supposed to be like the final one. So if everything goes right on that one, I should have like another job next week, which is a mess. I know.
Very, very big transitional era.
Yeah. Um, and also like just in general, like I don't want to get like super in depth into that, but I kind of had a breakdown this week.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
I kind of had a breakdown this week, and I had to spend a couple of days just kind of recovering mentally from that.
Hmm.
And but on the good news, and I already told you about this. On the good news, I got another part for the Windows XP PC. I got a
Oh
GPU.
yeah.
I got a GPU, so like the computer is completely used. So if this was like a personal thing, like something for myself, like the computer was something that I was only going to use for me, uh, it's pretty much done by now. Like it's completely usable. Like every game I've tested just works and and runs great. Um, so like if it was only for me, and I already had the CRT and like all of the stuff. So like if it was only for me, um, if it was only for me, it would already be like done. But because I want to like stream with it and to like some projects with it, I still have to buy a couple of components and shit for that. But yeah, like it has been great. The GPU I got is a Radeon HD 7770, which is a GPU from I think 2012. So it's like 13 years old. And it's crazy thinking about the fact that this entire computer is like most of the stuff in this computer is like 12, 13, 14 years old by now. Like I do remember, like for example, I do remember when the GPU came out. So
God,
so
that's
like
crazy.
so like
We're that
I
old.
yeah, I feel old.
You know, we're
Uh
constantly.
yeah.
Yeah.
And um but yeah, like the GPU is in there. It's working great. I've been testing some games. I haven't actually like gotten serious about like playing any of them because again I want to like do a lot of streams from this computer, so I haven't like actually like started a full playthrough of any game. Uh but everything I've tested so far is working fantastic. Um and it's crazy because like regardless of like regardless of like vintage and like the fact that it's running Windows XP instead of like a modern Windows and like all the limitations that come with that, having a fully functioning computer that can play like actual games for like $50 is like a pretty good deal. Because I think that's around like what I've spent on this computer is about $50. So I think I've gotten some pretty good deals.
I mean, $50 all together just for like a nostalgia machine's not bad at all.
Yeah. Honestly, I think I think the equipment to capture because like you're handling like a different you cannot connect um like an HDMI cable and just put it on a capture card. You need like
Mhm.
an addition and because you're dealing with an analog signal, you need an additional scaler. Um, and also because like Windows XP era games had a very nasty habit, which wasn't a problem with CRTs because CRTs could just like physically change to like deal with the resolution. With like Windows XP habit game and like Windows 98 and like like basically games before the HD era had a very nasty habit of just like randomly changing resolution. So for example, there's a lot of games that like the main menu has like a fixed resolution that you cannot change. And the resolution you select for like the actual game only affects once you go into the game. But when you return to the main menu, the resolution changes back to like the original resolution. Um, so like for example, I was testing Need for Speed 5. And on that game, the main menu is always running at 480p, no matter what you do. You can change the resolution of like the actual game, but the menu itself is always running at 480p. So you go into a race and the resolution changes. You finish the race, go back to the menu, the resolution changes again, and a capture card kind of cannot deal with that, with like the resolution always changing. So like imagine if you connected a capture card to like your PS5, and the game just kept switching between 1440p and 4K. Like it will break something, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry, I had to throw my cat onto the bed because she keeps on trying to climb to the desk.
yeah,
Yeah, go
that is
ahead.
cat behavior. That is cat behavior right
Yeah.
there. Um,
Specifically, I am like constantly. She gets on the desk. I'm lifting her. I'm putting her down. But she's like, no, I want to. And then I was like, nope, to the bed you go. Wee. All
we
right, go ahead.
uh, so like you need so like to like actually like properly capture Windows XP era games, you need uh, a scaler that you can connect the VGA input to, and the scaler like basically just like takes that and like fixes that and like an output resolution that your capture card can actually handle. And so I think that the equipment to capture this computer is actually going to end up costing me more than the actual computer itself.
That's what happens when you get something that's quote unquote like a vintage thing
Yeah.
or like a hobbyist thing, I suppose.
I mean, like, it could be worse. I could have gotten into like retro consoles because the thing is like even like the
Oh no, you're not Dura. Dura would be the first one to fall to that. He kind of already has, I think.
because even like some of the most expensive scalers I have looked into, which have like an input for like composite video too. They do not support 240p. So like, like the Nintendo 64, PS1, you need something else. You probably need like a
Yeah.
retro thing or something like that, and those are very expensive. But yeah, and after that, like I keep dealing with my breakdowns and stuff like that, and all the adulting, and then the thing, then the thing that this podcast is all about. On
Yeah,
Friday,
so yeah.
Nick tells me, uh, on Friday, so yesterday, or was it, or was it on
It was
Thursday? I don't
Friday
remember. Okay,
because we were cutting it close, yeah.
yeah. So yesterday Nick messages me and tells me, okay, so on the podcast this week, I have to talk about the DMC anime
Yeah.
because it is a mess.
It is mm-hmm.
And I tell him like yeah, that's fine. Like I haven't watched it yet, but like I don't mind if he talks about it because I don't mind spoilers.
I don't either, yeah.
I don't mind spoilers, so I tell him like yeah, if you want to talk about that, you can talk about that. And then he tells me no, this is a mess. You have to watch it. It is 2 hours. It is 2.5
Yeah.
hours. You have to watch it.
It's a Netflix animated, so it's eight episodes. It's about 20 episodes for 7 of them, and then I think 20 minutes for each episode, save for the last, which is 30 minutes. So altogether it's like a director's cut film. I
Yeah,
was like, you can down this. It is a trip.
yeah. I look so like yeah, like knowing how long it was, I decided yeah, I can probably like get some time this afternoon to watch that. I did, and it is something. And we have opinions.
Oh yeah, we do. Okay, so how do you want to go about talking about the okay, so here's the thing. This will be the slight segue to my week because I also watched it. So my day started like as soon as the podcast ended, the day after I had a lunch meetup with a friend, and then for the rest of the day I was talking to a very close friend, and she and I decided to watch the DMC animated together, and oh boy. So okay, yeah. Now we go to the DMC animated. So how do you want to start this, Candy? Where do you
Um,
want to go with this?
I mean, okay, so
Wait,
like
let's
for
give some
example,
context. We're both DMC fans.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, we have
we've
on
played the games.
uh, uh I have played all the games, unfortunately, even two and even two and the reboot. And I
I
think you
as
have
well.
two.
I've platinumed all of them except for 4 and 5.
Yeah, I didn't go that far.
I'm well, you know my mind goblins.
Yeah,
I'm like this.
Mind Goblin these nuts.
But
um, so yeah, we are all DMC fans. We are all. I say all as if there are more people here.
the collective. Well, there's some. I'm sure there's some in chat. There's like the viewing thing.
Yeah,
No one has said anything in chat. How dare? How dare? Oh well.
I think they're still angry at you for rejecting the Guardian.
I don't care. Well, if they're mad at me, why are they taking it out on you? That's not fair. That's not fair. You can't do that to Candy. She's coughing. Anyway, yeah,
um,
talking about DMC.
yeah, so we are both DMC fans. And like the thing is like it looked like like in the lead up to like the anime coming out, it looked like it may like if not great, at least like be fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So there was a
Mm-hmm.
degree of like, okay, maybe it will be like a fun watch, maybe this will be like you know? And then
Yeah.
it comes out and you start hearing things.
Well, hmm.
And then it comes out and you start hearing things and then it's like, okay. And then you watch it and it's like, okay, we have problems. We have problems.
Yeah.
And like the thing is like, but like it like nosedives after a point.
Yeah, it does.
Because like uh like if like because I did take notes. When I was watching the anime, I did take notes. Um and like and like they start like relatively like nice and tame. You know,
Mm-hmm.
um like for example, my first note is that you know that part when Dante is on the diner and the shape-shifting demon comes to like get him. And at some point he shoots the ground with his guns to make a
Yeah.
hole and he falls. It's
I
like,
forget
oh
if he
wow.
did aerial rave for that. Was
Um,
it exactly aerial rave? It might have been.
uh, yeah, like the point is like there is a scene where he like shoots a circle in the floor, and it breaks down and he falls to like the basement, uh, on top of like the circle of concrete or whatever he was standing on. Um, and my first note is like, oh wow, they like that scene, like it is it is lifted straight from one of the Underworld movies.
Really?
Yeah, like because believe it or because like um Kate Beckinsale on like a tight bodysuit, so of course I have watched the fucking movies. And I'm going to be honest, I think like at least the first couple ones, they are actually like they're bad, but they're like funny bad. Like they're fun. They're dumb fun. And there is a scene where like she like takes two guns and she shoots a circle in the ground and she falls to like the floor below. It is almost entirely identical. So like my first note is like, oh wow, they stole a scene straight from Underworld. And I'm going to be honest, I thought that was funny. And I thought that was like a cute detail.
Yeah.
Um and my notes start like that. And then the first big problem starts. Um
Oh, right out the gate. Okay.
and then the first big problem I have starts, and that is, uh please, like this is advice for any writers out there that may watch this at some point. Do not try to science your magic.
Do not try to what?
To
Could you
science
repeat
your
that? That
magic.
was. Yes. Yeah. Okay. That's the first complaint I had too.
Do not try to science your magic.
Yeah.
Like it didn't work for Star Wars, it's not going to work for you.
Yeah. It's it
You know,
also like even
they're
if you
demons,
are
whatever, they're magic.
successful, yeah, no, even if you are successful at it, it just takes away all the fun.
Yeah. It's like, oh
Like
no, like,
what's the mission? What's the mission statement?
yeah, it's
It
like, oh no,
has to
like
be realistic? No.
the demons are actually like a separate branch of evolution and like an alternative dimension, and like the portals between worlds are wormholes, and the amulet Dante has is like a like a
Of
like a quantum
resonance.
like a
Yeah,
quantum
like some
resonator.
weird some. Yeah, even Plasma says that his abilities are like technically science based.
Yeah, he
It's
because
kind
he
yeah.
it is like he makes like a, and the thing is like, and this is going to like come down to something I noticed like at like the very end of the anime. And actually, I'm just going to jump ahead. But something I noticed at the very end of the anime, yeah, Nick is still here. See, they're still angry
What do
at
you
me.
mean what? That's fine. It's just I don't like the name. Am I not allowed to have an opinion? That's okay. I'll come back later. I'm like, oh man. Trying to explain that away to outside people is like, okay, so we had this faction name called the Goonion. Cause we all goon, and this one guy, he just doesn't like it. And now we're really upset. And he doesn't want it to be the brand. Uh
um, no, but like the science thing comes down to like an issue I started noticing. The more the plot
well,
started to
I'm
go
sorry.
forward.
I'm sorry, Killa, but I can't. I just don't like it. Is that? I'm sorry. What do you want? What do you want here? Like, ooh, like I don't want to be calling people the Goonion, nor do I want to call it the Gooncast. Like, I feel like advertising is bad. All right, I'm just gonna ignore this whole point. Like, I'm just like jokes aside. Like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
Um, no, like something I started noticing the more and more.
Were they all goon related? All right, we gotta move back to the DMC thing. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
If they're all goon or sexually related, probably not gonna happen.
uh,
All right, then drop some of them. We'll see if any of them are appropriate. Yeah, fine. But it's ultimately Candy's thing. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Candy. We got to talk about DMC.
yeah, like a problem I noticed the more the more the series went on. Um, and that is
Yeah, the
like,
more it went on.
um, and that is that, uh, this isn't like you are doing Doom. Like the plot you are doing right
Dune
now,
or Doom?
the plot you are doing right now is Doom 2016.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like you are not doing
Yeah.
DMC, you are doing the plot of Doom.
Yeah. Well,
Uh, and it's really like I had that on the back of my mind
it
the
is true,
entire
yeah.
time. I had that in the back of my mind the entire time. This feels very doomy with like the science and the portals to hell and like the government
Yeah.
getting involved and all
The
that
only
stuff.
difference is like Doom is post Fallout and DMC is building up to
Yeah,
Fallout.
and then you get to the
Yeah.
fucking ending, and they show that they are like building mines in hell, and it's like okay, you are doing Doom in like the dumbest way possible.
The entire anime, yeah, the anime is really stupid.
You are
A
doing
lot
Doom
of it's really
in like
dumb.
the and we will get to the fucking ending. We will get to the fucking ending.
Okay.
But yeah, so like okay, so like I think like first let's try to like do like a small uh like summary of what the plot is supposed to be. Um, like on a very basic level, the idea is that there is a guy uh called the White Rabbit because he looks like the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, well, I
Um,
mean, they just call him Rabbit, but yeah.
no, but I think he's credited as the White Rabbit
Oh,
in like the
that's funny. Consider okay.
um, and he wants to open a big portal to hell to have all the demons come over to Earth and like like do their thing. In order to do
Mm-hmm.
that, he needs he needs four things. He needs a sword. He needs
Yeah,
two halves of an amulet,
exactly.
and he needs the blood of two twins, right?
So
Uh,
I guess technically five, yeah.
uh, and the thing is like one of the guy the guy who has one of the halves of the amulet, who also happens to be one of the twins, is Dante, our protagonist, or at least
Yeah.
nominally our protagonist, because another problem with this anime
You
is
can
that
make a big debate with this anime, yeah.
yeah um
Yeah.
so like like the plot revolves around like the quest to like like the fight between like Dante and the government and the White Rabbit, between like who gets the amulet and like getting the blood of Dante and like opening the portal to hell, and like that is the basic framework of the plot. And like as the plot as the plot moves forward, they start like introducing like extra elements and stuff like that. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but the thing is like they get like super like I don't know like and that is like a big problem with like the dialogue writing in this anime is that like they explain too much all the time.
Yeah.
Like they explain too much all the time. Is so
I
like for
don't
example, there is
know
a
who started that trope though, like that trend of like we have to add science to the like constantly to abilities to give them legitimacy. I want to say it was Western comics. But like yeah,
maybe
it just kind of ruins it. Yeah, no, go on, go on.
yeah
I could go into an entire mini rant here, but yeah.
like for example um like the bullets that lady fires. She has like these special bullets that are like that explode when they come into contact with demons. They don't
Mm-hmm.
explode. They are like normal for humans, and but they don't explode when they just behave like normal bullets for humans. But when they come into contact with like demon blood, they explode. Um, And the thing is, like that is fine. Like that is a good enough explanation. But
Yeah.
in the show she spends like 5 minutes explaining. Okay, so there is this liquid here that is like genetically engineered to react to demon DNA. That is like and when it reacts to like demon DNA, it starts a chemical reaction that explodes. And it's like okay, but like why? Why do we need to know that? Like all we need to know is like okay, like these special bullets that like explode when they come into contact with demons.
Even even the demon thing is stupid because they say they're like what is it? Like they don't outright say they're a cousin species, but they say something equivalent to like an alternative branch of evolution.
Yeah, like parallel evolution in like an alternate universe or something like that.
And you're just sitting there and it's like these things are so monstrously different from us that your scientific explanation has now failed to make me believe it. Like the thing you did is now contradictory to what you were trying to achieve.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's like again, like like how I mentioned Underworld earlier.
Mm-hmm.
You know how they explain the bullets like making it doing extra damage to like the werewolves, and the vampires on that series.
Yeah.
Holy water. That's it.
Yeah, you could do holy water.
That's all you need. Like yeah, like these bullets are bad for vampires because they're doused in holy water. That's it. That's all you need.
You know what's crazy
Magic.
too is that holy water is an item in Devil May Cry that in a lot of difficulties will insta kill things.
Yeah, so
So
like
this kind of works.
there is a precedent for holy water making a lot of fucking damage.
Yeah.
And it kind of looks like an explosion in game too. It flashes the screen and like everything dies.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of looks like an explosion in game too. So like yeah, because like the way they show the bullets is like there is the tip of the bullet, but like then under that there is like a little glass with like a liquid inside. If they just said like yeah, this is holy water, like there is a little bit of holy water inside every bullet, it's like okay, fine.
Well, now they've already they can't do that anymore now because they failed to. Well, okay, no. Here's the thing, Candy. It's so messy that the complaint I was about to say would make me segue to another topic. So keep going. This is all so stupid. All of it is so stupid.
And the thing is like there is even more reason to use holy water in this game because the Vatican is explicitly mentioned this time.
Not only that, you know what? I'll just throw this in. Is that even though we added the scientific, this scientific shit just to make it seem more believable, is that there are characters within the universe who outright just don't believe, like they don't fully commit to that. Like the main antagonist, debatably Baines, is still a religious, like with religious fervor. He constantly quotes God and his purpose
Yeah.
and all that. So when you add in this scientific spiel and he's being given this scientific spiel and he pretty much does not like object to it and just nods his head, but he's still like crazily praying and he
And
has like a bizarre church motif. Like how is this not
yeah, and also
right?
like
How does that happen?
they show like it is like super inconsistent about like what it explains and what it doesn't explain. You know, like for example, you know, like one of the plot twists, like nearing the end of the anime is like because like the entire time you are led to believe that the white rabbit uh is a demon. It's like another demon.
Well, he is a red herring for something that
Yeah, but like okay, it's like
yeah.
but like the thing is like when that happened, it was like I genuinely wanted them to explain to me like okay, how does the mask work then? Because like the mouth and like the way the eyes move is like okay, like it's just a mask. Like what do you mean? And they don't explain it. That just happens.
Yeah, they don't. He just sort of has the rabbit teeth and everything.
Yeah,
It's like it doesn't explain how it operates as an apparatus, and it's like it's made to look like it's made of flesh and shit, so it can't be mechanical in nature.
yeah,
Hmm.
and like actually, I think there is like with the white rabbit, there is an example of like something that gets the perfect amount of explanation,
And that is?
and that is the thing that is pumping blood into his heart.
Yeah.
Because they tell you like okay, so, okay, you're like so yeah, like he almost died. So then he made like a contraption that is constantly pumping demon blood into his system, and that keeps him alive. And he's like, and then don't explain anything more. Like that is all you know. That is all you get. And he's like, fine, yeah, whatever. I can't believe that demon blood has like magical properties because it's demon blood.
Well, here's the thing though. Counterpoint. Where'd he get the demon blood?
I don't
Is it
know.
the demon blood of the fallen comrades in that scene who had trouble breathing in that atmosphere, or was it the giant beast that died? Because if it was at least that, sure. Here's the problem when you try to explain the magic, is then you are obligated to continually explain the magic if it starts seeming contradictory.
Yeah,
Because you've
because like
established a rule set.
and I have talked about this before, and that is like a fictional world doesn't need to be realistic. It needs to be very similar to this, or like that is a very hard word to say. But basically verisimilitude is the idea that something seems like it works in a way that makes sense, even if it doesn't, like one to one map to the way the real world works. And the way you do that in fiction is you set rules, and then you don't break the rules, right?
Yeah.
the thing is like the more you explain things, the more rules you are setting, and the more rules you set, the more careful you have to be to not break any of them. And if you break
And the
any of them, the illusion
yeah.
breaks.
And the problem is, like, you'll like there'll just be actions that need to be explained, otherwise the audience will question if you're breaking the rules.
Yeah.
Hence, Rabbit getting the demon blood. Because so the pre-spoiler for this is that in the world that they're in, Makai, which is, yes, Japanese hell essentially, is that the breathable atmosphere, the atmosphere is not breathable if you're a human, and it's very toxic if you are a lower class demon. But Rabbit is surrounded by lower class demons. There's only one big demon that hunts them down that seems to have no trouble, and he could have maybe siphoned the blood off of that. But the problem is, in the scene in which caused him the fatal injury, you don't know if he got that blood. So now that he has the system, you have to question these things because they bothered to add that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think the insinuation is that he's getting the blood from like that little demon that they show in the last episode that has like all the pumps.
Yeah, but the problem with that is he's not introduced until
Yeah, like the
the
end of the
last
show.
episode. So you're just like
But like that is
you
another
gave
thing.
the answer for, yeah, you gave that far too late. Like
That is
that
another thing.
doesn't.
Like this show feels like it didn't like a lot of stuff got cut out. Like there's
Got
something
what?
wrong. There's something wrong with the pacing of the show that makes me feel like stuff got cut out, and like like they run into like issues with like scheduling and maybe like the budget.
Yeah.
And like you were talking about like the guy who is arguably like the main villain of the show.
Yeah, Baines. Oh, rest in peace, Kevin Conroy as
Yeah,
well.
like that's what I was
That
going to
was
say.
his
Like
last performer.
that's what I was
Yeah.
going to say. Like that dude is voiced by Kevin Conroy, and Kevin Conroy died almost 2 years ago,
Yeah.
and it is like a full performance. So it's not like he's not like
It's
okay,
not
so
AI.
like
They
not
made sure not
it's also
to.
not like a case where like maybe he recorded like a few lines and then they had to like rewrite the
No,
script.
his role is pivotal.
Yeah, like he's like in every episode he talks a lot, so they very clearly had time with Kevin on the studio. So they was
It's kind of
probably
heartbreaking that this is his like last role too.
yeah. So this was probably like recorded a while before he passed.
Yeah.
Like at least a few months before he passed, because they very clearly had their time with Kevin on the studio, watching the amount of
Which means this
dialogue he
thing
has.
was in production for quite a while.
Yeah, so like it does
Yeah.
make me, and like that combined with like the pacing issues the show has and stuff like that, it made me feel like maybe there was like a little bit of development hell going on. But,
Yeah.
but that doesn't excuse everything that happens, because like there is a lot of stuff in this show that is straight up just bad writing, like very stupid writing.
Even then, like, if you didn't want to adjust outside of Conroy's performances, you could still isolate them enough to change the core thing. Because there are episodes where he isn't that integral. Like the origin story for Lady and Rabbit is very minimal on his behalf.
There's actually no dialogue in that episode.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Well, no, there is.
There is.
No, there is.
I mean, like at the
Remember?
very end, there is a little bit.
Yeah, because like it has to establish one of the conflicts that go on, but even then, Baines at the end, like, yes, he has his agenda, but his thing is separated a bit enough outside of his dialogue with Lady, but like, yeah, just I don't know this. Oh boy.
Yeah, and like Lady is a whole other thing, because like, um, I have a few notes pertaining to Lady.
Okay, me too. So you go first.
Okay, so like, why is she a Nazi now?
Okay, here's the thing. Lady's depiction, like, it is not too far off from Three's. In Three, remember, she is racist to demons.
Yeah,
because
but like
of what happened to her family.
uh,
However, she did not join an organization like she does now.
yeah, she didn't know you're the fucking Gestapo.
Yeah, because the whole thing is Three's events are so much more isolated by comparison.
Yeah.
Well, isolated per se. Like, it affects the city around them, but there are only like what, 4 key players running around the tower, and Lady is one of them. And she has a vendetta against demons.
Yeah,
So
and also like the thing is like her vendetta against demons is, and this is like again like because like there are like so many problems with this anime and they're like all interconnected. Uh,
yeah,
her vendetta against demons doesn't come off as like fascist in like DMC3 because the demons are bad.
it's very personal. Yeah, it's very personal, and demons just in the rule of simple video game writing
Like they're just
are
bad.
either good or bad. Yeah, they're bad. I mean, like Sparta's like the sole exception. I guess technically Trish too.
Yeah. Uh,
But yeah, that's mostly it.
but so like yeah, like of course she hates demons. They are like actually evil, and
Yeah.
like there is no moral like there is no like moral framework or like question about that. There is no like because like yeah like in this show they try to like, and this is like honestly one of the main problems with the show is that they try to like, I don't know why, but this show is like trying to do this thing with like, oh actually like everyone is the protagonist in their own story, everyone is the good guy in their own story, everyone has like a reason.
Here's the fun thing. Like Adi Shankar said that when someone said Virgil was a villain, he tweeted like Virgil's actually an anti-hero, and everyone's like, "Are you high?" And then his response was pretty much what you just said, Candy.
Yeah, and
Rather
like
than
this comes
backing
down to like
down, yeah, he just went no, but everyone's the protagonist of their own.
but because of like so they're trying to do this thing where like most of the demons are actually good. Um
Yeah.
most of the demons are actually like just like regular people, just with horns or whatever. Um
Mm-hmm.
and there is like a little bit of a genocide happening.
A little bit of a chance.
Yeah, you know, we do a little bit of a genocide as a treat.
Okay, wait, before yeah, all right. So here's the thing, cuz Lady is in an organization, what is it? Dark Com?
Yeah, like that is the thing. Like I have a
Oh
note.
god, I
I have
forget.
a note here. I have a
Yeah.
note here. Let me see if I can find it. I have a note here. I'm just going to read straight from my notes. It says, "You can't try to tell a serious story and also be so on the nose as to use the name Darkcom."
Dark Com, yeah. Yeah. So there's so many problems with Lady in this. I love the character. She's one of my favorite like characters ever. Um but like this lady, okay, so Lady in DMC 3 is anger prone and she is technically racist to demons, which makes sense cuz demons on average are evil. But um it becomes it becomes infuriating for the animated because in DMC3, Lady is about like 16. Her being an angry teenager and being ignorant and learning as a story of
Yeah, and like
maturation
being like super
kind of
impulsive
parallel,
and like
yeah, and paralleling like Dante's growth to
who
maturity
is
and
technically
realizing,
also because I'm going to say it like 19 is also a teenager. So like Dante is also a
yeah,
teenager.
yeah. So like these two are pretty much growing as they climb up the tower essentially as people. They aren't always together. They're very independent and then they clash on occasion. But Lady, being that young, impulsive, angry, and narrow minded in her view, so much so that she looks at Dante as a full blooded demon, she's kind of easily manipulated. This is all kind of in a believable framework because she's an impulsive kid, right?
Yeah.
But the lady in this anime, as well as Dante, are probably somewhere in their like early to mid 20s. Mind you, far from being like mature as a human being. People still develop as time goes on. But this just makes her seem more stupid because she does get manipulated, but by a person whose manipulation skills are pretty bad. Like Baines is not Baines isn't a good manipulator. She's just kind of got like a father complex because Arkham is gone.
Yeah, and like that
And
is another note I have about
yeah,
Lady. Another note
yeah,
I have about Lady is like, okay, why did they give her? Why does Lady have the fucking Lara Croft backstory now?
yeah. So because she lost Arkham in that scene, which actually could work as an origin for the original, um, like hey, she's now got like some sort of need to find a father figure who is Baines, to whom she is so blindly loyal to. Problem is though, Baines is just kind of like dementia Dick Cheney Biden fusion, and anything that comes out of his mouth would have a normal person go like, is he good? Well, Lady's like, no, 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 he's spitting. Don't interrupt. He's cooking.
Yeah,
And you're
like
just like, no, I don't think he is, bro.
yeah, like I think he's serious, and I don't know, man. Like yeah, like maybe if your boss constantly speaks like a fucking like running inquisitor, like maybe question that.
Yeah, maybe question it. Maybe question it. There's
Like
also the fact that
your boss is Thomas de Tequemada. Maybe question that.
yeah, and also because she's like older, her anger issues become a lot more irritating by comparison. Because by God, this character swears every single episode.
Yeah, he's like
Every every
every
appearance
fucking
she's in.
line.
Yeah, so they did a counter. She swears 44 times total in the entire series. The episode is only 8 episode like the series is only 8 episodes long.
Yeah, so
This
like on
character
average more
this
than eight
character is
times per
popping off
episode.
5 yeah, like 5 to 6 times per episode she is dropping some swear words. Because you have to convey she's angry, you see.
Yeah,
But it just
like
makes her come off as like petulant and annoying more than it does.
and she's kind of dumb. She's also kind of stupid.
She's also really fucking stupid. So here, like she, not only in her worldview, just like her being manipulated, just a lot of her resolutions. I also don't necessarily know if I like the fact that they changed her moveset. Because in DMC she's a walking arsenal. She has a grappling hook. She has some forms of mobility, but she isn't a full on like Vanquish like character that they
Yeah,
made her here. Um, and I kind of liked her better as the Arsenal because it just made her this kind of fun idea. Whereas everyone is like hyper mobile, she's just like, bro, like it doesn't matter.
I
I am
have two
strapped
missile
to the T.
launchers. Yeah,
Yeah, like I am strapped. I don't need to care where I am. I'm going to kill you.
yeah, and also like again because like the problems are interconnected because um like the series cannot choose. Like something I noticed that the series cannot choose if like because I
It's
feel
very
like okay, so
indecisive.
like one of the things about like this thing the show is doing with like trying to make the demons good and stuff like that is that it kind of
Mhm.
like breaks some of the important parts about like the lore. You know, because like I feel like the important part about Sparta rebelling is the fact that he rebelled. And he rebelled because he's
Well,
the only good one.
yeah. Well, the thing is, like, this thing completely overrides 3, 1, and 2. So I guess technically speaking, this entire timeline is just has to be completely alternative.
Yeah. No, yeah,
Because
this is
remember
completely alternative.
because we saw Lucia in the beginning and we saw August at the end, which was really stupid. Oh
No,
right, there was
he's
also
fucking Dr. Petruger now.
yeah, I forgot there was also like female Nightwing there. They just
Oh
had her
yeah,
there.
I do have a note. I do have a note that is literally what are we? Some kind of Suicide Squad?
Yeah, pretty much. Um, what were we talking about? About the series? Yeah, the series not being loyal. I like, because the problem is this thing. You're right. It has a struggle in choosing or being decisive on what it is. And hold on, let me search my notes because I go pretty like deep in this fucking yeah, so scrambling on theme. So this thing has the idea of kindness within demons and cruelty within humans. It's not original.
Yeah.
But like a lot of these scenes will play to your emotions like heavy-handedly. So well, for instance, there's a scene where a demon kid is holding on to his demon mom's hand, looking at an officer, and the officer smiles, and you're like, camaraderie between species. And then Baines gives the thing, the intercom. He's like, kill them all, soldier. And he's like, watch war crimes and feel sad.
Yeah, and then they lined all the demons up. It's like, I don't know. And I
Yeah,
feel
they
like,
shoot them.
I don't know. I feel like with all the stuff that is going on in like, you know, like Sudan, Ukraine, Gaza, it feels like maybe a little bit insensitive to just like use all that imagery right now for your funny wacky woohoo pizza man anime.
Okay. Really? Do I want to keep the? I'll keep the complaints of Adi Shankar near the end, just as him as a director. The other theme is like, okay, so here's the one thing that's not really a theme, but like kind of a plot thing. It's like Sparta being the only good one, sure, but there is an interesting idea, right? That Rabbit points at, and it's yeah, we all know Mundus is a tyrant. You kind of locked us in here with him. Why would we idealize you on our half? Like, that's an interesting point, right?
Yeah,
Because it's like, okay, that's actually a fun plot premise because it subverts his role. Like, you could have done everything else kind of more loyal to the games, but have a bunch of demons who were originally good but now resent Sparta because they trapped them in with Mudus. Like, that's an actually pretty clever thing. Doesn't go anywhere really when you get down to it.
yeah. And
And
again, like I feel like
yeah.
I also have like a few notes about like the way the plot twist with Rabbit works with like the themes the anime is trying to go for. Because okay, the anime is trying to go with like this thing that like the demons are misunderstood, like a lot of them are good, like like we could like coexist or whatever, like
Yeah, well, let me add this final part because I guess that plays into it because this is my last theme thing. Is like the political themes are just mostly just like one, they're poorly integrated, but it's about the idea of misinformation and biases due to religious fervor and xenophobia,
yeah,
and then like the results of that, like colonialism and war and conspiracies, I guess, and just seeing like how ignorance and misinformation creates hate and stuff like that, which was very contemporary. I mean, it's contemporary at any time, but the way this kind of goes to the 2000s, 90s, 2000s, this feels like an Iraq allegory.
yeah, like this anime is
Yeah.
like very 9/11 coded.
Yeah.
No, but like the thing is like okay, so like the game tries to like do this thing with like like the morally gray thing with like the demons being like maybe like like maybe like there is like a degree of like the demon hunters being like the bad guys and like like humanity being
Yeah.
racist and all that stuff. But like I feel like okay, but like because like like spoilers, I guess. But the plot is with like the white rabbit is that he's actually a human.
Yes.
He found a portal to hell when he was a child. He went there, he lived for a very long time in hell with the demons, and he realized that in hell the demons are like kind of fucked because like the atmosphere is like toxic and they are like constantly
Yeah.
dying. So he eventually managed to build a device that allows him to open small rifts, and he brings groups of demon refugees. They literally call them that on the anime.
They
They,
did.
they, they
They
literally call
did.
them
Yeah.
they literally call them demon refugees, which is like so on the nose. Uh, so he finds a way to like open like portals to like the human world and bring demon refugees over. Um, and eventually, what happens is that he runs into Lady and her squad. And because they are convinced that like all the demons are evil, they just kill all of his refugees.
Yep.
But he survives. He is very injured, but he survives. So he builds a contraption that is pumping demon blood into his system to keep him alive, and then he makes the bunny mask and puts it on. Which
Yeah.
again doesn't physics. Like how does the bunny mask how does the
This
bunny
is
mask
also
physics? I
because
don't know.
he chose the rabbit mask because he always keeps a copy of Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah.
and okay, I feel like there is a couple of things about Rabbit that undermine the points the anime is trying to make. First of all, is that the fact that he's a human and he's the one that is dealing the demons, it feels a little bit like white saviory.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah.
It feels a little bit like white saviory. Is like okay, like couldn't they have done this by themselves? Like yeah, it had to be a human. It had to be a human to be the one that built, like the device. It had to be a human that want to figure all this stuff out, right? So it definitely feels like a bit like white saviory. And another
Yeah.
thing is like it's eventually revealed that Bonnie like the rabbit is operating out of a personal vendetta against Lady's organization.
Boss. Yeah. Baines.
Uh,
Against Dark Calm.
yeah. So again, like that undermines the point again because like okay, like there are no freedom fighters then. He's just like he's just convinced a bunch of people that like to like fight for his stupid personal vendetta.
Well, he's also hypocritical too, because
Yeah,
his peers will die for him, and he thinks it's a necessary sacrifice, quote unquote. But it's all just on an immature vendetta.
yeah.
Well,
Uh,
I mean, it's grounded within reason, but like the methods to which he's operating completely defeat it. Like he is becoming Baines is the thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like yeah, like I feel like like the fact that he's a human and the fact that he's operating on a personal vendetta kind of undermine some of the themes the anime is trying to go for. Like it feels
Well,
sloppy.
also, yeah. The other thing is like since the personal vendetta against Baines is so highlighted in that final episode, he doesn't go after Baines.
Yeah, and
You
he had a
you can you
chance.
can
He had a
totally
he had a
yeah.
chance.
He completely wiped out one of those helicopters. He has the ability to. He just doesn't. For some reason, the plot demands that he fights Dante and Lady.
Yeah,
And so like he's not being consistent even in within this plot because it just makes him because like sure you could go like oh but he really wants to open up like the Hellgate and it's like sure but why not kill Baines first? Do you want him to witness this? I mean
yeah,
I guess but like why not just destroy the helicopter and take him out of it? Why not like yeah there's so many things he could have done.
yeah, and like again, like going back to like the sciencing your magic thing. The device he uses to open like hell portals is like a fucking GPS,
Yeah.
and I don't know, like that annoyed me. Like, like it should have been like a magic rock or something. I don't know.
Are you talking? Wait, are you talking about the pendants, or are you talking about a stupid little contraption that he had in the last episode?
The stupid little contraction he has in the last episode.
Okay, yeah. That one's done. I mean, that one also becomes like a plot, like a way to essentially win. But
Yeah,
like also it's dumb
yeah,
because that thing
like
that thing it's dumb because it also exists in such a way where it's like, why didn't you just use this?
yeah,
You clearly were able to make this. Why not just make a bunch of these or like make it like up its scale and just do that instead
yeah.
of going through the Sparta thing? Actually, that kind of Noctio. I'm gonna subscribe you. Is that Patch? That sounds
I
like
don't know.
Patch. That sounds way too much like Patch.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like Patchy. Yeah, with the wink and everything.
Yeah, that's Patch. Hey Patch. Noctio. Um,
I'm going to subscribe you.
but like yeah, like you think about it and it's like he's doing something that just doesn't make sense because he's shown to be like an inherent like tinker. He can create things. So if he can create this gate, and mind you, it doesn't matter. The gate size doesn't matter cuz really the thing is oh sweet, she joined the channel. Thank you.
Thank you for the sub. I am assuming you are Patchy. Thank you for the sub, Patchy.
Thank you. What were we gonna say? So like because the size of the gate doesn't necessarily matter. It wouldn't matter if you used Sparta, because the thing is, by the final episode, they're flying in helicopters into the goddamn thing.
Yeah,
What does it matter?
yeah,
So
like because like
rabbits just
they show the
yeah
portals as like roughly door sized.
yeah
Like every time they show the portals, they are like roughly like door sized. So you are assuming okay, so like maybe only like you know like the smaller demons can cross or like whatever. But
yeah
then in the last episode, just like they get like 3 fucking fighter jets and they just fly into the fucking thing.
yeah. So this becomes even more stupid because what was Rabbit thinking? He could have just already solved his own problem.
Yeah, yeah. It feels like
This is dumb.
yeah, and then like and like going back to like the portal thing. Um, and again, like maybe there was an issue with like the pacing, but I feel like the fact that like Rabbit succeeds at like his goal and manages to like open the big portal. The fact that that happens with 10 minutes left, literally 10 minutes left, kind of like undermines that.
Well, also the fact that it just like quickly gets shut down.
Yeah, because like, but like that is the thing. It
Yeah.
happens. It happens with 10 minutes left of the anime. So you are like, okay, they are going to shut this down in like 3 minutes. Like it's
Well,
going.
I thought one of two things would happen. Either that, or is like, oh, is this just gonna be the lead into season 2 and then whatever? But
No,
no,
yeah, but like the leading to season 2
Rabbit's
is
whole
much
life is
worse.
oh, it's much worse. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. Okay, so here's because wait, do you have anything else to say about Rabbit?
I will say. Actually, let me look up the name. Let me look up the name because you know like we have to give credit where credit is due.
Hmm.
The voice actor for Rabbit his name is Hoon Lee. He absolutely fucking eats this role.
Yeah, he's good at the role.
Like the
I
voice,
like his work.
like generally voice acting is pretty okay in the show.
Yeah.
But like the actor who plays Rabbit is like I liked hear like even if he was like constantly saying stupid shit, I liked hearing him speak because the voice was
Yeah,
really
no,
really
he
good.
he has a very suave voice. He kind of like sounds like a narrator, like you would naturally be one,
Yeah,
which kind of works cause storybook character.
and like
Yeah.
the bounces with like low and high energy he has
Yeah.
when he starts to get like emotional and shit, like yeah, like he like yeah, like it was a really really good performance. He was giving a fucking like terrible script, and he managed to like do something out of that.
Yep.
So you know, like in general, like all of the voice actors do a good job, but like him in particular, I think is worth
He
highlighting.
excels at being emotive. Like at first he'll be playful, but then when he calls Sparta a narcissistic coward, you can hear like the vitriol in his voice. Like
Yeah,
total loathing is great.
yeah, and he's not in a lot of stuff. Like that voice actor is not in a lot of stuff. So I hope he starts like showing up in more stuff because he's really good.
That's a shame. Um my notes on Rabbit are mostly just like the fact that Rabbit is like okay, so Rabbit's just kind of brought in this way where he's presented as a red herring, obviously. Um
Yeah,
and
follow the
he's
rabbit.
he's a red herring for Virgil. Um so at the start of the show, I know people will obviously go like, "Oh, they would never have made him Virgil." The problem is like with an adaptation, you never know what take they're going to get, right? And
Yeah,
I was worried. I thought we were going to get like a cringy alt Virgil here. But he's a fun red herring because because most red herrings go like it's so obviously going to be him and then no, but with Rabbit it's like he has just enough like skewed to the left. He's not a perfect rendition of Virgil. So the way he deflects bullets, sure, but then he kind of like has an refined swordsman style, right?
yeah,
And then the fact that as a kid, Rabbit as a kid looks exactly like Dante and Virgil, but he has like black hair instead. So you kind of sit there and it's like, did they dye his hair so it would fit in? And then when he grows as an adult, he looks like V, which is important for anyone who knows DMC5. The other thing is he has a book constantly with him, but the thing that's different is it's Alice in Wonderland instead of the poetry of William Blake. So there are all these similarities, but everything is just different enough that it's
yeah, and
more of
also
a
like
fun red herring.
he knows so much about like Dante's story and like who he is and like he's like and like like
He's also carrying the
he
pendant at the time too, yeah.
he has so much story. He has so much information about Dante that he's like, okay, like maybe it is him and he knows all this stuff because like it's his same backstory basically.
And also, the another important detail is when Plasma transforms to trick Dante the first time as looking
Plasma
like
is
Virgil.
like, for clarification, Plasma is like a recurring like side villain who
Yeah,
is like a demon who can shapeshift.
yeah. He's also like Rabbit's entourage is a very weird and interesting pick. Like he has Echidna, Plasma, Agni, Rudra, and Cavalier.
Oh, I have a note about.
Um
I don't know if you noticed this, but I have a note about Rudra.
oh what?
And that is like, I mean, like first of all, like the CGI is kind of rough.
Yeah, it is.
But also like I don't know if you noticed, but like Rudra has like super long, super floppy
Earlobes.
earlobes,
Yeah, yeah.
and they are super distracting.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they're supposed to be based off of the um not ushers. I think kind of like the Buddhist like earlobes and stuff too. But
Yeah, but like, they don't have heads in the original. Like on DMC3, they don't have heads.
oh god, oh here's the thing. They do when they turn into devil arms. I completely forgot about that. Their heads are on their swords, remember?
Yeah,
Yeah. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. It's weird. So the oh right, and back to the plasma thing. So plasma is essentially a shapeshifter, but out of all of the people in Rabbit's crew in the main games, he's not a boss. He's like a mini boss character in DMC1. But he's kind of useful for the sake of the plot because Plasma is naturally a shapeshifter. So when Plasma shapeshifts to confront Dante, to look as he takes the form of Virgil. And to add into the red herring effect, Virgil is voiced by Rabbit's voice actor in the initial appearance, which I think is a very interesting detail. They really wanted to kind of put that in there.
Yeah.
Now here's the funny part: when Rabbit's backstory makes you think he might just be cringe alt Virgil, not 5 minutes later go by that he goes up and he goes, "What up, Nello?
Yeah.
How you doing?" And Nello's like, "I got that blood you."
Yeah. I am the other twin. Here is the blood.
Yeah, here's the blood. It is like, "I know who you are." And he's like, "Yeah, we all know who he is. It's Nello Angelo."
Uh,
Um,
Another thing I noticed that
yeah, yeah.
um actually I have a note about Virgil, but we'll get to that when we get to the ending.
We'll get to the ending, yeah. I'll say also for this series, music choices are relatively on point. Um, it's trying to be contemporary to 90s to 2000s. It does a pretty good job. Some of the tracks kind of do stop short. I'm gonna be real. I'm not a big fan of Evanescence personally. I respect their legacy in the time, but yeah, when it played, it worked for that episode. I was just like, yeah, okay,
Yeah, and like I was a fan of Evanescence, and this is a very good song for them.
yeah,
And also, I think like they did. I think like they disbanded like years ago, and they came back for only for like that do that song.
that's pretty awesome. Oh, there was also a note I had on on Lady. So for for Lady's writing, so here's the other thing. This thing really likes kind of wait, let me word this properly. This thing kind of invokes a bunch of tropes that you've seen before.
Yeah,
And in order to give like ladies like the rough and gruff cop kind of situation or the very cynical one, they give her what is like common in like I'd say isekai anime and whatever is she gets the total player kill trauma where her and her party go into a dungeon and they're too underleveled
and everyone dies.
and everyone horrifically dies and that's how she matures as a person apparently.
And they don't even let that
Um
they don't even let that rest for an episode. Like 10 minutes
yeah.
later, 10 minutes later, she is drugged and having flashbacks. Like they don't even
Yeah.
let an episode go by before they start like leaning into that.
And her morning is like kind of passing until she's only reminded of it.
Yeah,
Um and like this also harkens back to the fact that she's so blindly loyal to Bane, even though Bane, like, she goes like, "I'm sorry, sir, I let the team get killed," and he's like, "I don't care about the team," and she's like, you can see she sees there's a problem there, but she's still so blindly loyal that she's like, "Oh, okay." It's like, bro, this makes both of you seem dumb. This makes Bane look like an inefficient manipulator, and this makes just Lady seem just blindly stupid. Like,
yeah.
holy Jesus.
Like yeah, she is complete. And like even at the ending of the anime when she decides to like
Syringe him. Oh my god, it's so
yeah
fucking dumb.
yeah
Oh my god.
like at that point she should have already understood. Like
She should have understood, but she's like, "No, but my dad though."
yeah. And again like because like I don't know I don't know if you have played any of the like the recent Tomb Raider games like the reboot trilogy. I don't know if you have played any of them.
No, but I do know that like there's something going on with her going like I have to find my dad or something.
Yeah, like but
Hello,
like the thing is like
Mushroomus.
hey hey Mushroom, hello Mush, long time no see. Hey, how you doing? Um yeah, but like the thing is like yeah, it's Mush. Hello. Uh what was I going to say?
The syringe to Lady.
Oh yeah, I was going to say like you know like the flashback she has to like you know like her dad in the studio in like in like the mansion and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Like not only is it like very Lara Croft coded, because like I don't know like through the entire time I was thinking okay this is very Lara Croft coded. Like visually, they are shot for shot identical to the flashbacks Lara has in Shadow of the Tomb Raider. They are
Hmm.
identical. Like even the mansion is like kind of like the same layout and stuff, like kind of the same style. And he's like,
Well,
okay,
yeah, this anime does like just feel like it's borrowing some like imagery from other things.
yeah.
No, don't worry.
No, don't worry. It's good to see you.
Don't worry about it.
I am glad to see you again. So don't worry about it.
Yeah,
I
we're
am
just
only
grateful.
I am only glad to see you.
We're grateful that you're here. Yeah, no, like this thing just borrows a bunch of different like visuals and like uses of imagery, but I don't feel like it understands what that usage is for.
Yeah, and like sometimes that can be cute. Like again, like that scene they borrow from Underworld. Like that's a
Hmm.
fun that's a fun reference.
Yeah.
Um, especially because like I feel like Underworld is like from the same lineage of like like early 2000s, kind of edgy, kind of stupid action about like supernatural entities and people with guns.
Oh yeah.
So it does feel like a fun like little callback to something that like was running parallel to the Devil May Cry for a while. But like then they start like doing the fucking Doom plot, and they start like and I don't
Going
know like
crazy on Politica.
yeah, and like one of Lady's companions looks like a fucking superhero for some reason with like a
Yeah.
with like a stupid Nightwing mask or whatever.
She's just female Nightwing. She looks cool. Don't get me wrong, but it's just you every time you see her on screen, you're like, that's just Nightwing."
Yeah, like that's just yeah, like even the shape of the mask is like
Yeah.
it's like
She's just fucking Nightwing.
and also like again like I don't like I made this like note like the entire thing or like this particular like group of people it is like very Suicide Squad coding.
Yeah. Well, like as soon as you saw the party being around Lady, you kind of just knew like they're not gonna make it
Yeah,
because Lady completely operates as an independent character.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um, and also like again going back to like I had a note here. I had a note here that literally you says make a space to go on a rant about the X-Men problem.
Yeah.
And what is the X-Men problem? The X-Men problem is that fantasy stuff, fantasy races, and like superpower races and stuff like that, they are not a good allegory for racism.
They aren't. That's why the X-Men are so silly.
Yeah, because I don't know if you know this, but black people cannot summon hurricanes at will.
Yeah.
So
Also,
so
just
it is
like
not a like gay people
yeah,
cannot shoot lasers out of their eyes.
but it's also just like especially when the X-Men's world, it's just like they hate us because we're the next stage of evolution. It's like I don't know, they're loving like Spider-Man walking around, they're loving Captain America, they're loving all these other guys who have powers.
Like I don't know,
Maybe y'all maybe y'all are just being dicks.
like I'm just thinking like if there was a moody teenager that could kill anyone just by touching them, I would want her on a list. Like I
Yeah.
would want her on a
Yeah.
list.
Yeah.
And like I do remember like the entire thing with Phoenix on like the old X-Men movies, and it's like if one of them getting angry can like cause this much damage, we need to like contain them.
Well, yeah, that's the whole Civil War thing. Is just like superheroes should be regulated, and like back in the comics, it was a little more like Iron Man's kind of being a bit of a dick, but like I guess you can see where he's coming from. Now, as you get older, you're like, oh yeah, they should totally be regulated because like even if their intentions are good, the collateral's just too. It's too much.
And yeah, it's just like I mean maybe there is an alien involved. Like I don't know. I haven't watched those movies in a very long time.
Well, what are you talking about? Aliens involved?
Like Kila said something about like an alien. I don't know.
An alien? Alien. Oh god, Marvel movies and aliens. There's so many aliens. Oh, Phoenix. Oh, are you talking about Apocalypse? I thought Apocalypse was on Earth.
I don't
X-Men
know.
lore is X-Men lore is one of the weaker ones when it comes to Marvel for me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
they
like
love
again,
the X-Men
when
movies.
it comes to like when it comes to X-Men stuff, I am going entirely off the old movies. Do you know
Yeah.
the ones that like? Did you know that those movies were written by David Hayter?
Oh, that's crazy. Good old Solid
I
Snake.
mean, I think he didn't write three, but I think he wrote one and two actually. But he
All I really remember having a significant impact on me from X-Men is the 2000 series because Rogue was a goth.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like everyone had a crush on Rogue at some point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Like she's one of the universal ones, like Raven
yeah,
on like the
yeah,
Teen
yeah.
Titans.
Raven,
Like she's
Rogue.
one of the
Yeah, yeah,
universal
yeah,
ones.
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, say it with your chest, Candy. Speak your truth.
Yeah. I didn't even watch that show. Like I didn't even watch that show, but I was here in the
I
ads.
watched X-Men. I watched X-Men 2000. It wasn't bad,
Like I didn't
but
even watch
yeah.
because no, but like I didn't watch it because it only played when I was in school. So I never had like the time to watch it.
Oh, okay.
Uh, I never had the time to watch it, but like I would see her in the ads and I was like, damn.
Yeah, damn, right? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and for me in the video games, ladies like that. And they ruined my girl. They ruined her. Ah, what?
Yeah.
Candy knows how much I love Lady in like DMC 4 and 5. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That woman. Yeah.
And actually now that you're mentioning Lady in DMC5, that comes to like another problem with the anime.
What is it?
And that is that they are going okay, like say you really want to make a more serious, a more mature story, with like more like heavy topics and stuff like that. You don't need to invent a fucking genocide to do that. Those topics already exist.
Well, it's just like
Those topics, like they are like running in the background, and the games never like explore them a lot. But like those like the heavy topics that you can like build a more serious story around already exist, because it is very clear that Dante is like riddled with survivor's guilt. He's like traumatized. Lady has never gotten over the pain of like killing her own dad. Like DMC is a series about broken people.
Okay, here's the thing. Because people came to me on this with going like, oh, DMC animated should be fun because DMC doesn't have much of a story. That's not true. DMC doesn't have much in terms of like overall stories because each is relatively isolated in its own, but it's very character driven as a story.
Yeah.
And this thing has ruined its characters.
Yeah.
Well, like, okay, except for one. Dante's actually pretty good in this animated. I'll get onto that later, but yeah.
Yeah, he keeps most of the like like the only problem is the voice actor. Like not even
it's just because it's Nero.
It's not even his fault. Yeah, like that was the point. Like it's not even his fault. Like he's doing a really good job.
It's just he's
because like he's a good voice actor.
Character.
Like in general but like like he plays another character in like the games. He plays another main character because if he was like a side character in one of the games, like maybe that would be another thing. But he plays one of the main characters in Devil May Cry 4 and 5. So you're watching the anime and you're thinking like this guy is another guy.
Also, they didn't recast Southworth as Virgil, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
But to be fair, I guess if you aren't getting Ruben, it'd be weird if you just had Southworth.
And also like again like the choice of voice is like like a good. It was a good like voice actor they picked. We don't get to hear him a lot in this show, but I know that voice actor from like other stuff.
Oh, you're talking about Virgil?
Yeah.
Yeah, Virgil's is fine.
No, because he's played by like Robbie Diamond.
Mm-hmm.
And like you don't hear a lot. He doesn't talk a lot in the show. He has like maybe like 5 lines total.
Yeah.
Including the worst line in the fucking show.
Yeah, he does. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Oh my god. I'm getting heated. I don't know why I'm getting heated.
Yeah, and it's like, but yeah, like Robbie Diamond. Robbie Diamond is like a very prolific voice actor. He's in a lot of stuff. And he is like the right kind of voice actor for this role, I think. So he can do a good Virgil.
Yeah. Well, okay, so
and he is like actually like a lot of his like more famous, like a lot of his more famous roles are like this kind of like antagonist who has like a very like messy connection to the protagonist.
That's pretty funny that he gets typecast as that.
Because like for example, he's like Akechi in Persona 5.
Oh, that's pretty funny. What was I gonna say? I forget. Yeah, no. So here's the thing.
I don't know why, but like the craziest the craziest thing just came to my mind. The craziest phrase just came to my mind is like Akechi and Joker are like Dante and Virgil if incest.
Ew. Ew, no. No, don't keep the Sparta bloodline pure. No. So yeah, you know what? We'll move on to. Oh wait, before that, like yeah. So this, so the problem, one of the problems is just like since this thing, it. You know what? I'll leave that for the final analysis of the overall anime because I just really want to tear it into that. So we'll just go to Dante. So yeah, Dante's probably the best part of this because he's what feels like should be Devil May Cry in this animated, while everything else feels off kilter. He's fun. He doesn't get enough screen time by comparison because we say he's the protagonist, but it's starting to feel like Lady and Rabbit are the protagonists.
Yeah.
Um, and a lot of it is the problem is some of his most fun scenes are just they're also like for every fun scene he also has like a scene where he's pondering a little too excessively and they're trying to make him a little melancholy, which is getting way more annoying.
Yeah.
Um, and here's the other thing. When it comes to an animated series like this, they also immediately tease something that is just kind of like in DMC is that Dante can get easily bored. So in the official canon of like Devil May Cry games, Dante is one of the well, no, just in gameplay. Dante is one of if not the most technical video game characters you will ever play. He has so many styles, he has so many options, and that's because of his combo system
Yeah.
and the ability to like be stylish and stuff like that. And the sort of there isn't really a ludonarrative dissonance because the in-game canon in it for it is that Dante just gets bored, so he likes doing this stuff to be creative and having fun while he's fighting. He could totally womp fights like in a simple and effective manner, but that's just not him. He's not his brother. He's not Virgil. He will play with you. He will mess with you. He will
He's a cat.
take a yeah, he will take a demon motorcycle, run you over, then he'll bring out his Michael Jackson cowboy hat and start dancing and shooting things at you. He's a weirdo. That's what makes him him. And the problem with this anime is that it'll bring up the fact that he gets bored. But Dante, in terms of his combat being displayed here, his moveset isn't particularly stylish or that creative until latter half because he'll use some of his styles. Like for instance in the cafe, you could say he's just using gunslinger. During the warehouse fight, you can say he's using trickster. But he's not really utilizing rebellion much. There's also no devil arms in this anime. There's a joke about it when he turns that one into like boxing gloves, which is neat. But he doesn't get a varied move set out of it.
Yeah.
And
And
so yeah,
honestly, I feel like he uses his guns a little bit too much in this anime.
he does. He absolutely does. Since there are also like no double arms and he uses his guns much and Rebellion doesn't get nearly as much play, he also doesn't use Royal Guard. And that kind of makes sense, I guess, because Royal Guard isn't used in cutscenes either, because Royal Guard is a little too OP.
And also,
Um,
Royal Guard is like one of those things that is like,
oh, I
you know,
love
like it
Royal
makes a
Guard
lot more
so
sense in
much.
gameplay.
Yeah, it does. I love it so much. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be necessarily too hard. It's just a parry payoff. So you could just do the slow time thing. The problem is you can't let him use Royal Guard too much,
Yeah.
in an anime. So, and like, so a lot of these fights are kind of unsatisfactory in that regard. But the other thing is, even though this anime kind of hypes him up at first, a lot of his fights are just him getting beaten around because he's being incapacitated or like has some sort of handicap. Lady puts a bomb in him. He can't have the fight with Rabbit. He has like an okay fight on the streets, but with Echidna, Agni, and Rudra, but it doesn't last too long. He has to struggle. He has to get DT, and then DT is essentially made into a crutch
Yeah.
because he needs it to finish his fights. While in like the original games, he didn't. He in 3, he beats Agni and Rudra without the devil trigger. He doesn't need it at all. He's just creative.
Yeah.
That's one of his greatest strengths. And also, like devil trigger here, I'm not entirely sure about the design. I kind of like it and I kind of hate it. I
Yeah.
like
Like
the color
I don't know.
usages,
It
but
felt a little
like,
bit too like pedestrian to me.
yeah, it looks like you would see it in a Saturday cartoon 3D CG series.
Yeah. Like it feels like too clean, too simple.
Yes,
Because like in the games like the devil triggers are
it's really
usually
gross looking.
like way more thorny, way more like
It's very insectoid.
yeah. There are
In
like
the first
wings and
game,
spikes and like
yeah.
This one
Um,
does feel like a Tokusatsu transformation.
it does. It does, and so does Nello. Nello doesn't look nearly as because Nello. I'll be the first to say Nello in DMC1. I think he looks stupid, but like they really did make these two. They made Nello because Nello is the Devil Trigger now, which is I don't like those implications either. It's just like he's also kind of tokusatsu like Saturday cartoon character
Yeah, he just looks like
transformation.
he just looks like a dude in he just looks like a dude in armor. He even has
Yeah.
like the Greek helmet, with like the chi shaped opening for the eyes.
So like the series also fails not only in the characterization of Dante in some elements. Well, I mean like he's still funny and stuff. He definitely thinks too much. And to be fair, like you could say like Dante thinks too much in the games and but in the games you would just see him silently think to himself. So you were kind of like, okay, there's an element of mystery to it. Can you really do that in an anime series? Probably not. You should be doing the flashback thing. I get it. It makes sense. His dynamic with Virgil in the flashback is a little pissy enough. I mean, it's accurate if you've ever played DMC one.
I have a note
Um,
here.
yeah.
I have a note here it says one of the positives about the anime is that it continues the series time honored tradition of making Dante's mom hotter every time she shows up.
Isn't it so funny that he saved the stewardess solely like first solely because she looked like his mom?
But I mean that is on character.
That is well, yeah. Dante is the biggest Oedipus complex in the state of
Like
games.
that his entire relationship with Trish happened because she looks like her mom, like his mom.
Yeah, yeah. No, Dante has a huge Oedipus complex. It is like everyone kind of goes like, "What?" Like here, like the funny thing is, if you play Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and have Virgil face Trish and Virgil wins, Virgil is utterly disgusted at the idea of a replica of his mom walking around because he's just like, this is so utterly disgusting to me. Like, you are desecrating my mother's memory.
And
Meanwhile,
Dante is
Virgil's
like,
just like, she's my
awooga.
best friend. Yeah, Awooga, she's my best friend, but maybe more.
Okay. Speaking of that,
Meanwhile,
I have
Virgil's
a
like,
question.
gross.
Speaking of that, this one not in my notes. This just appeared in my mind. Uh,
All right.
do we because like they already like renewed the show for like a second season?
Oh, God. Yeah, I know. I don't.
Do we think they are going to
Yeah.
show Virgil fucking?
Oh no, no, I don't want that. I really don't want that.
I
Who's gonna
mean,
voice Nero in this one?
I mean, they showed Alucard fucking in like the Castlevania anime.
Uh, they showed who? Oh yeah, they showed Alucard. Like Alucard was taking it both ways. He was like giving and receiving.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him, living the dream.
Good for him. Never knew. Never knew. It completely changed my run of Symphony of the Night when I played it afterwards. I was just like, this man is a man of many talents.
because like on the games, there's kind of just like
Uh,
on the games there is kind of just like a time skip, and Nero shows up.
yeah,
There's a time skip, and Nero shows up, and
yeah.
then Dante is like, yeah, like
Well,
Virgil is
in
your
order for
dad.
Nero, yeah, well, in order for Nero to exist, Virgil had to have done that before 3.
Yeah,
And this game overwrites 3. And he's being this thing completely ruins any timeline of him practically because what ends up happening is he probably got
what if
kid.
Nero is the baby from like episode 1?
Oh, ew.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Why is he blonde though? I thought the baby was a girl. They just make it Nero. But like the whole timeline of these whole events. So this thing, okay, again, it overwrites a bunch of material, so it has to be its own universe. There's in DMC3, Dante mentions that Virgil and him met a year prior, and they must have had a fallout, like a fight. So the DMC3 is not him remembering his like being given this surprise that his brother is alive. DMC3 is, yeah, my brother's been alive. We met before, like
And
we
he's
met
kind of a
before
dick.
like a year before. Yeah. I thought he was dead before that, but now I just know he's a dick. And so like but this has him go, "Oh, I've just realized my brother was alive." And the likeliness is that Mundus's demons captured him, trained him, and he became like Nello from like childhood or whatever like that in slavery. We have no idea if he's gonna be like Starscream from the anime, where he's secretly actually a really good. Well, okay, not Starscream. Starscream's a dick, but he's just like the constant trying to betrayal his like Mundus. But in this anime, he'll do it for noble reasons. You see, I don't want that.
Yeah, because
Virgil
like
is not that person.
yeah, like and I have a note. I have a note here that is like the entire thing has a huge vibe of one of those video essayists that tries to come off as smart by making videos explaining that like every single villain is like a misunderstood good guy.
Virgil isn't, and I love Virgil.
Like he's a great
Like,
character, but he's a cunt.
yeah, he's a great character, but he's a villain. He's a villain through and through. Every decision he makes is completely selfish, and like you can see
You know,
why
like
he does it.
I want more power. That's his thing. I want more power.
I want more power. He doesn't say I want more power to protect. He hints to it at least once. He goes to Dante when he beats him. Is like, without power, you cannot hope to protect anything. That is a line that shows that he has had a troubled past. But that doesn't make him like a hero. Because guess what he does? He's murdered people before.
Yeah, and that is like I feel like one of the points that DMC like because like DMC5 is like a lot of I feel like the story of DMC5 there is a lot of like Nero trying to figure himself out.
Yeah.
And I feel like one of the points of like differentiation the game makes, like this is why he's like better than his dad. This is why he's one of the good guys. Is that Virgil goes, I want power. Nero goes, I want more strength to protect my those who are dear to me.
Yeah.
Virgil's
Virgil's
they have the same
is,
impulse. They have the same impulse for power, but Nero is like I need to protect Kyrie. I need to protect my family. I need to protect.
Well, Virgil's hunger for power is based off of the insecurity for one, he couldn't protect his family, and two, he felt abandoned and felt weak.
Yeah.
And he was scared. So it's much more for self-preservation and this isolated feeling to not bother connecting because that will hold him down. Nero is a complete opposite of that because he's a simp for his wife, which is fair. Good on him.
Yeah.
They have a family.
Yeah, like I was talking,
Yeah.
I was actually like like going on a complete tangent. I was talking about like, I was talking to some of my because like, and I think it's like, if you go to in like queer communities, like there are very few like straight couples in like media that we like.
Yeah, I could tell.
but there are a few we like. There are a few that like are generally considered like, like
Wait, is Kyrie and Nero one of them?
No. Like I never heard them. I never heard them being mentioned.
Okay, yeah, because I was like, they're not that interesting.
Yeah, but like the thing is like
they're not bad.
Like I forget their names, but like two of the protagonists in like the What We Do in the Shadows TV show, and like what are the names? I think they are Gomez and Morticia from the Addams family.
Addams family? Yeah. They're adorable.
Like the thing is like what is the difference between like all of these other couples and like the ones that the queer community actually like? It's like, oh, they actually like each other.
Oh, you're talking. Well, I mean, there are plenty of the boomer humor ones where it's like, I hate my significant other, but it's like, at the same time, you will eventually run into a problem if the couple that you write is always lovey-dovey. Like, you don't have to make stupid. Like, here's the thing. I'm not selling like, oh, you should have drama. I will hate when a perfectly fine couple in a show has some sort of stupid drama that could have just been avoided by an actual conversation.
Yeah.
But at the same time, having someone go like completely head over heels gaga every episode, oh, I love them to this ridiculous effect, can get a little grating just from an outside perspective, because like, sure, puppy love can be cute, but if you do it continuously every single episode, I don't know. I'd just be like, yeah, I get it. You love your wife.
I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a
Also,
lot.
just like, it's just natural for like partners to argue and have some sort of like, it's just natural for like partners to argue and have a dynamic on that. And to be fair, you're not always going to agree or get along with your partner. That's a very realistic fact. And loving them beyond that is very mature. and
Yeah.
being able to compromise. Like you have to have, you can't have both. Like I mean, you can't have one or the other. You can't have a situation where both are just like so blindly in love that it's infuriating, to which they will allow flaws to occur just because of the sake of love, or just like that. But you can't, but like obviously you shouldn't have the boomer humor of just like, oh, I hate my wife, and you're just like, that's the punchline.
The old ball and chain.
The old ball and chain, the old axe.
Yeah. No, but like I feel like that is another thing. That is another thing that benefits like the examples I mentioned, like what Kila mentioned in chat. That is another thing that benefits the examples I mentioned, is that they're just married, like from the very beginning. So there is no like
Yeah, that
like
too.
there is no annoying like okay, like maybe they like each other, maybe they like and doing that for like 5 seasons is like, no, they are married. They are married like before the series started.
You mean the romance anime gambit that gets really tiring after a while?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's okay. Here's the thing: it's because those things make the entire love story the pursuit,
Yeah.
and romance doesn't end when you're together. You're still growing and learning together. Just
Yeah, like
because
that's
you've gotten a partner doesn't mean anything. You
getting
could
together
lose
is like
them.
the end of Act 1 in the story.
Yeah. Whereas like in anime or like some shows, it's just like I need to get her to say yes to being my girlfriend. And then like when they finally go out, that's the end, and then it'll time skip and then they'll be married or something. He's like, no, like a relationship is a lot of work and investment.
Yeah.
Like I like series more when I see this, like them starting off as either like a couple and them managing that, and or them just being married, because that's an interesting chapter as well.
Yeah.
It gives you perspective. What was this about DMC though? I completely forget. We tangented off.
Oh yeah, we were talking about like
Is
Neuro
it just
being
because I
different.
said Nero's a simp for Kyrie? Was that
Yeah.
the thing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Um, so yeah, I don't think Nero could like plausibly exist in the regular time frame unless like until after Virgil is quote unquote freed. Oh, other note. I am not entirely sure how I feel about Sparta being a deadbeat dad for Dante as a characterization,
Yeah.
because it does an inverse. So Sparta is a deadbeat in this one,
Yeah, he was
but
kind of neat.
yeah, but Dante still like holds him in reverence, which is the exact opposite in the games. But before we go that, because like, because well, actually no, we will. So in the original family dynamic, Sparta did settle down and marry like what's her mom's name? I forget.
Eva? Eva, I
Ava. Yeah,
think.
he does marry Ava, and he is actually like an active part of their lives, right? And so
Mm.
like he, well, a relative active part until like Mundus comes back, and I'm sure like he had to go fight the good fight and then get his ass
And
whooped, and
actually I
then
think
leave.
that is one of the very like uh actually think that was one of the like very few points out of the story of like the reboot that I actually liked, is the way
Mm-hmm.
they explained that like the reason Mondos it wasn't around the kids anymore is because hell never stopped hunting him, and eventually they just caught him and like tortured him, and like, and
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, okay, that is good. That is a good idea.
yeah.
And it makes sense.
Whereas in the original timeline, he's pretty much dead, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like I can't remember if he went AWOL, but I think he's just dead. So like, you know, they get this family dynamic, and so it kind of makes sense that it, like it inverses it, because in the anime you have, oh, my deadbeat dad that I hold in reverence, where in the game it's my dad is present but I'm rebellious against him, because to no one's surprise, Oedipus baby, his favorite parent is mommy, while his Virgil's is dada, right?
Yeah.
Because the
And you can tell like they really lean on it like some of the games. Like,
yeah,
like on Dante's side you have like the entire thing about like his relationship with Trish.
yeah,
And then on DMC4, like Virgil just
isn't it?
fucking on DMC4, Virgil just fucking starts dressing like Sparta.
He does. He does. So like Dante, the Oedipus mama's boy that he is, and Virgil is going just like I want to be just like my dad. And so like it works when both parents were mentioned to be active in my brain, because like there's a reason why those goal points are there. If he was a deadbeat, why would Virgil really want to emulate him unless it was just like this legend, which I guess they could do, but it's not as effective in my head. Cuz like there's a throwaway line right? Where let me there's a throwaway line that they have in 5. I think it's when they're in hell and they're fighting. And it's just Dante and Virgil taunting each other. And the essential taunt is like, "You really gonna talk tough? I remember you crying whenever mom like yelled at you." And then Virgil goes like, "I recall you tearing up when father raised his voice," which shows that both were active and
Yeah.
they had their kind of weird predisposition of who was their favorite parent. Um and like, Dante's one of his biggest arcs in the original in 1 and 3 is him having to accept his demon heritage. Like, he's just like, yeah, this is a part of me. Whereas he has like a bit of a resentment to it at first, but
Which,
he
I
kind
forgot
of
about
looks at
that.
demons
I
as
forgot about
coldness.
something.
Yeah.
I forgot about something like a huge problem. Like again, like this story being sloppy on the anime. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and that is like, okay, like they're trying to do this thing where like the demons are sympathetic and they can be good people. But then
Mm-hmm.
Dante describes what it feels to like go like DT, and he's like, it's just like he talks about like being like overwhelmed by like hatred and rage.
Yeah.
Like
So
that
it's
is
really dumb because
like that is the
that's your
so
demon
like okay,
blood.
so like because like on this side you're telling me the demons can be good and they are like they have like families and shit, and on this side you are telling me that like the default state of being a demon is being angry and hating everyone.
The only leeway I could give is maybe that's just the state for devil trigger, because every devil can do devil trigger, and maybe that's just that phenomena, but it doesn't help with the message. You're right. Because like Dante's rejection of his demon side works solely because he wants to embody his mother's humanity. He's a very capricious and fun guy, and his father is noted for being cold. And this kind of inverses for Virgil, because Virgil ideates his father because he's just like, yes, he was cold, but he was strong. That's what made him strong. Mom was weak. She
Yeah,
was kind, but what does that do for you? And so you get this weird thing and this complex family dynamic that also carries over because of their gifts. And this anime also kind of ruins the gift because the amulet is just purely Sparta's, and he gives it to Ava to give as a hand-me-down gift to Dante and Virgil, who already inherit Yamato and Rebellion. The
yeah,
pendants being being Ava's gift and them still treasuring it, and the swords also being their gift and them still treasuring it, shows a complex side of, sure, we might have had a favorite parent, but we still treasure our both of them, to
yeah,
the point where Virgil refuses to lose his pendant, and obviously Dante's main weapon is rebellion. And this kind of just gets dumber because, like, if that's the case, well, Sparta gave them everything, and here we go. He was a deadbeat, but he at least left his son a sword. So
yeah.
good on him.
Good
Yeah,
on
yeah.
him.
He got it from Etsy.
Yeah.
Use it, son. Oh
I mean,
god.
like leaving someone a sword is a good way because, like, I only talk to
So
one
they
side
can
of my
find you
family.
and kill you.
No, no, like, I only talk to one side of my family, and it happens to be the side of my family where like, the sword they inherited came from. So maybe it works.
Maybe it works. And speaking of the other son, we don't get much on Virgil, but it's at the end. And oh god, is it cringe. So what do you want to
Oh,
address at the end first? Do you want to address like the really dumb scene that makes this really bad?
oh, okay, okay. So yeah, so okay, so like, there are like arguably like two main villains in this show. The rabbit, who we already talked about a lot about,
And Baines.
and Baines, who is the vice president of the United States, which is another weird
Yes.
thing because like in the games they never like mention any country by name or anything like that.
No, they don't.
Uh,
The other thing is also um Devil May Cry, the main city in 3 and 5 that Dante resides in, is supposed to emulate London more than any other place.
yeah,
It is not London. It's like what, Redgrave City, but
yeah,
it's just supposed to emulate London.
uh, uh,
Anyway, go on.
and Baines is like the vice president of the United States. He's a crazy Catholic, like literally.
Yeah, yeah.
Not even like
Falling
not
out of a
even
plane
like an
praying.
analogy. It's not even like an analogy. He literally just like He talks about like doing the work of God all the time. And
I've
he's
been
pr- and he,
chosen
and
by
he's
God.
pr-
God will not kill me,
and he's
for
praying
I
with like
have my mission.
and he's praying with like a crucifix and
Yeah.
like everything he does is like in the name of God or whatever, like and like God's mission, God's crusade, like
Yes, yes, yes.
like that is
He
why
is
I called him an
that.
inquisitor like earlier.
Yeah.
Uh and he's also the leader of like this special unit of like soldiers or whatever that
Darkon.
that that are called Darkom, which is like so fucking stupid. Who are in charge of like hunting demons and like studying that kind of stuff and shit. Um,
Yeah.
well, and so he's involved like the entire time. And the other villain, like Rabbit, he has a device that allows him to like find like because again they are trying to silence this stuff, which is stupid or whatever. Um, the device kind of is like the explanation they give is that his device allows him to like find tears in like the space-time continuum to open tears between like the two dimensions and create portals to hell. And at the end of the show, Baines gets that device. And he uses that to open a portal. And what happens then is that using his power as vice president of the United States, and like it is like very, very heavily like implied that he is like controlling the president. So he's basically like the one in power. Like it is very heavily implied that the president is like a useless puppet to him.
Yeah, shadow President Biden Trump. Sorry, Biden Cheney.
Yeah. It is very heavily implied. So he uses his power as
President's
like
voice is
essentially.
also super funny at the first episode. I'm sorry for that segue. You
Yeah, he's
remember
like
the
a fucking
president's
Texan.
voice? Yeah, no, but he's like he's like a light tone. Like his tone is way too high as a Texan, so he's like, I just wanted to be the president.
Yeah.
It's just like, but he like looks like the most burly Texan. Like he stands up from his desk, goes to the window, and looks at the chaos outside. Well, not the chaos outside, just the city outside, and he's just like, I didn't sign up for this as president. It's just.
Yeah, and like the part where he goes, I will say that got a chuckle out of me when he goes like
It did.
when he goes like what the fuck do you mean demons? The other guy only had to deal with Hussein.
Yeah. That one was
The
actually pretty good.
the other guy only had to deal with Saddam
The other
Hussein.
guy only had to deal with Hussein. Like it's the funniest. Like the delivery's funny. The joke's pretty decent. Like
Yeah, like
that
that
was
is funny.
yeah.
And again, like I feel like the first like 2 or 3 episodes are like okay-ish. Like
They're fine. They're serviceable. I'd say they're
then it
serviceable.
starts going like downhill.
Oh, downhill.
Okay, but like yeah, so like he gets this device that allows him to open a portal to hell. He opens a portal to hell, and he uses his power of like as de facto president of the United States to like essentially declare a war on terror on hell.
And then
And so
he does this, yeah.
So we get like a bunch of images that are like very, very clearly meant to like call back to like like Iraq and Afghanistan and all that stuff.
War crimes. It's all war crimes, mind you.
No, but like the way it is presented, like the news shots and all that stuff. It is very
they are.
It is very clearly meant to like evoke like the imagery of like the post 9/11 wars.
Yes.
And while they are doing that, fucking American Idiot is playing.
American Idiot by Green Day. Hey, do you want to witness like demon civilians getting hurt by like artillery and Americans and just Americans in front of a good old American SUV with the American flag holding a demon head to the camera and then going like, put this in the newspapers. Well, all the Green Day. Well, damn, watch this anime.
Yeah, and it's like, oh Jesus Christ.
So bad.
And then
it's so weirdly tone deaf for something that's trying to I don't know what it's trying to do anymore. Actually, it's really stupid.
And like again, I was taking notes as I was watching the anime, and my notes for this part are literally just like in all caps: American Idiot, Iraq, no.
Yeah, it's so bad.
Yeah, and then they do like a scene where they are like they show that they are like mining resources out of hell. So it's like, aha, you get it? It's like the oil. It's an oil analogy.
It's like oil.
Do you get it? It's like oil. And then fucking Virgil shows up.
And he kills a bunch of people in a prison. Oh wait, before you go there. Lady also drugged Dante, and he's in a facility that's in the demon world that
Yeah.
America has now put up like some sort of stronghold in there. And there are demons imprisoned in the basement. Go on, Candy, now.
Speaking of like that ending with Lady, I have another note here
Yeah.
that says like they are trying to do that scene on Devil May Cry 3 where Lady is like, I guess demons can cry too. They try
Yeah,
to
but
do
it's
that,
not.
but they talk too
They
fucking
didn't.
much.
Also, did you notice that not a single devil cried this season?
Yeah. I mean, it is called May, not Will.
I don't know. DMC 1 cried. DMC 2 cried. DMC 3 cried. DMC 4 cried. DMC 5? No, but we got close.
Yeah. I feel like Nero, like at the end of Devil May Cry 5, he was basically just like crying without tears the entire time.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just like, acknowledge me, Dad! And Virgil's just like, no.
Are you proud of me now, Papa?
No. Why is this devil trigger so cool?
I do like it is a like, again like don't
That fight
watch
is
the anime.
amazing.
Don't watch the anime. Play the games. They're great.
Play the games. Play the games. Why if you're kind of intimidated by high difficulty, and don't worry, we're not gonna judge you and go like, ha.
But like I guess like that is
You
one of the like
yeah
that's one of the benefits of like one of the like good design ideas of like Devil May Cry is at least on like the lower difficulties because there is a difficulty selection. Um,
yeah.
on the lower difficulties, you can't just get by with like basics.
Well, also like the mission statement of, hey, you'll be able to do anything you see in the cutscenes in the game is always like amazing.
Yeah, but like
Just as a personality thing, but
like at least
yeah.
on the lower difficulties because if you get to the higher difficulties you need to get very technical. But on
Yeah,
the
you do.
on the lower difficulties you can just get by with like whatever works for
Yeah.
you.
I will say
That
just
is
like
that is the point of like the skill meter.
yeah.
Because
If you
like if you're okay with just if you just want to hit the story and you don't care about the style, you can just get a D on every level and it's fine. And
you could
they
do
are not
that,
going to like remove cutscenes or anything.
I'll even give the leniency to say like if you just want to see the cutscene movies, go for it. I'd say like there are some games that you'd be missing out greatly on if you did that. Like 3 is always a fun trip. It is padded.
Yeah.
3 has a lot of padding levels, but like and 4 kind of has a washed up second half, but like I swear like 5 is not worth skipping. 5 is a really good culmination of everything that kind of went into that series
Yeah,
to make it what it
and in
is.
order to understand why what is about to happen is so cringe, we need to talk a little bit about five.
Mhm.
Because in Devil May
Yeah.
Cry 5, there are three playable characters in the main campaign, and then there is a DLC campaign where you play as on the main campaign you play
Virgil
as you play as Dante, Nero, and V.
and V,
Um, and on
all
the
who are
DLC,
very fun to play.
and on the DLC you play as Virgil. And the thing is
Yes.
like every one of them has a unique combat song. Every one of them has a unique combat song, and
They do.
that combat song has lyrics.
Yep.
That combat song has lyrics, and the lyrics are like, about the character because it's an original song. So they are about the character.
To be fair, out of all those themes, Virgil's got the most out of it. Like it has become a meme.
Yeah.
It became way more of a meme than Devil Trigger ever did. Like it
I
like
mean, it is
people
a great
still
song.
reference it.
It is a great song.
It's a 9-minute masterpiece. It's amazing.
Yeah. And like the lyric, the
The
combat theme for
lyrics
Virgil.
are
The combat theme
yeah,
for
is
Virgil, the chorus is like, I am the storm that
I
is
am the storm
approaching,
that is approaching,
provoking, dark clouds in
provoking,
isolation.
I am reclaimer of my name, born in flames. I have been blessed. My family crest is a demon of death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens in this show is that Virgil shows up, he kills a bunch of like human guards, and he starts to give like he starts to give like a speech to like the demons. And he's like
Yeah, he does.
and he's like, the humans have no idea to the storm they're walking into. I am that storm. And then then a fucking a cappella cover of the song plays.
Yeah. Okay, no, here's the thing. He literally says a storm is approaching, and I am that storm. like verbatim, just the lyrics mixed up. Now, here's the thing. This is important to remember in the context. I was watching this with a dear friend over a Discord call, so she didn't see this. When he did that, I literally leaned back in my seat and my eyes rolled back as I was just like, oh god.
Yeah,
It is
like
such movie trailer garbage.
yeah,
It's
like it is
so
so cringe. It is
stupid,
so bad. You know, like
so
you
bad.
know how I was talking about like Suicide Squad vibes earlier.
Oh my god.
You
Yeah.
know how I was talking about Suicide Squad earlier. It is literally this.
That's it.
Yeah.
What?
You know that
Yeah,
it is
this,
literally that scene on like the Suicide Squad movie where Will Smith goes, "What are we? Some kind of Suicide Squad?"
yeah.
Like it is
Yeah. I
literally
mean,
that.
any sort of Marvel thing, except at least I suppose with Marvel, like they try hyping you up on some obscure, stupid character, but this is like everybody knows Barry the Light, bro.
Like it is this.
This is
We
like,
some
like so stupid.
Like it has the same vibes as this.
that's it. What? We some kind of Suicide Squad.
Like it is. And like he says that, and then like a fucking like slow singing, like you know, like that Gears of War trailer where it's like with like a slow version of like
Oh,
a song
Mad
where it's
World.
like yeah.
Yeah.
It is like
Yeah.
it is like a fucking like Gears of War trailer version of the song playing. It's not even the
Well,
original
guy,
song.
no, it isn't. It's their cover, and the guy sounds like he's whisper talking, like he's afraid mom will catch him singing the song.
Yeah.
He goes like, "I am the storm that is approaching," like it's that. So
Yeah.
stupid.
Oh, and he's like,
Yeah.
oh, and then for some reason the guy from DMC2 is there.
Oh, August, yeah. Well,
Uh,
Lucia was at the start.
yeah, but
Lucia's a
like
nice detail, but like I like Lucia,
yeah, but like
and I feel like
in the case
she,
of, in the case of Lucia, it was like a fun Easter egg, you know? Like she
yeah,
just
yeah, it
shows up for
was.
like
She's just a fellow demon hunter for some bizarre reason. But August, I guess, has like a plot relevance thing
yeah,
that they. Oh God, you know what they're probably gonna do? They're gonna pull in Lucia for season 2
yeah, and they're going to make
because
her
she
like
probably has the vendetta with August. Oh my fuck.
yeah, and like again like for some reason they decided like now they're doing the fucking like Doom, they're doing fucking like the fucking Doom plot because like
Yeah.
now humans are opening portals to hell and like going there to like exploit their resources. So
But
now we are
Mundus
doing
has
Doom.
weapons of mass destruction.
So now we are doing
Probably.
Doom. We are not even doing
Yeah.
we are not even doing Devil May Cry anymore. We are doing Doom.
Can we note that Mundus has not had a single like bit of being the antagonist that he is? Like he's just kind of you just get a couple of shots to him. He doesn't
Yeah,
have anything cool to him.
yeah.
Like one of the most notable DMC antags, and he's just mitigated to some imagery. And Virgil going like, "Yeah, that's my boss," and that's it.
I have
Yeah,
a note
I don't
here.
know.
I
Yeah,
have a
go
note
for it.
here. I have a note, like looking at my notes. I have a note here that says if they were going to steal a character from Bayonetta, why did it have to be the small Italian guy?
No, I mean he existed in DMC first, but like yeah, it is funny.
Yeah, like and I also
Your
have a
notes
note.
of him.
Yeah, I also have a note that
Yeah.
is like Chekhov's stabbing of a small Italian guy.
So what Candy is referring to is at the start of the series, Enzo is pretty much quote unquote warning Dante about the manhunt that's going to be on him. And he passes the line of, even though he's betraying Dante in this, but like Dante knows he's skeezy. It's kind of their back and forth. So he goes like, "Oh kid, you know I'd take a bullet for you. Well, maybe not a bullet, maybe a knife, but like a poke from a knife." And then in the last episode,
He gets
um,
stabbed.
yeah, Enzo comes in harm's way to bring the Kalina Ann a rocket launcher, or not bring it, but just like take it and try to fight off the main villain. And then he gets stabbed, and then Dante holds him, and he's like, "Surrogate Italian father, why do you do this?" And he goes, "I told you I'd take a knife for you, son." And he dies.
And then he dies. So yeah, it is like Chekhov's stabbing of the small Italian guy.
Here's the thing. I also see you could make some sort of an analytical thing off of this going that kindness in human, like by far the human characters are on average the more cruel is the theme, but seeing the human that is kind being of ill repute is I suppose something, but it doesn't really it doesn't do that effectively. It's just more for the emotional tug of
Yeah.
my dad's dead.
And again, like I just remember something like again, like going back to like trying to like over explain and like science everything.
Mhm.
Like when they are introducing Lady, that they are like introducing all of these bounty hunters too. And it turns out like one of the bounty hunters is a demon. And she explains that,
Oh yeah.
and she starts explaining like, yeah, like you know, like you can tell the demons because like if you train your eyes, you can see like you know like the proportions are like a little bit all over the place. You know, like the arms are longer.
Yeah.
They are, and it's like you know how Nero detects demons. His arm glows,
Yeah.
and that's it.
It's cool stuff like that. The Devil Bringer is so cool. Like you could have just made an artifact as a
Yeah,
plot point. You could have just had this thing reacts to demons around it.
yeah. Or like you know like you could even say like if you really want like a more detailed explanation, you can have like a piece of a demon, you know, like a hand, or like you know
Well,
like
you see
or like
candy.
something like you know like you know how people carry like rabbit legs around like amulets,
Mm-hmm.
like something like that, and you can tell like you know like demons react to like the presence of each other, and like so if there is a demon
Well,
around, this is
candy.
going to like start.
They're trying to push that her and Dark Calm are just so intuitive and they're just so high skilled.
Well,
They're
and that is
able to detect demons,
and
and
now
then
that
they
I'm
get
thinking about it,
completely murked.
now that I'm thinking about it, that is another thing that kind of undermines the point, because like okay, so like they are doing fucking
Dark Calm
phrenology,
sucks. Yeah.
they are doing fucking demon phrenology.
It's dumb. Also, just the fact that like this is supposed to showcase how like effective Darkcom is at detection and being able to handle demons, and then every fight Darkcom is in, they are kind of just laughable.
Yeah, and then a demon infiltrates their ranks and nobody noticed that.
Nobody notices. Well, let's go over this. The bridge scene, they get kind of mollywopped, but they don't die. Like Echidna's just playing around essentially. Plasma infiltrates and becomes one of them. Then when they get into the actual base, they all just get killed on floor 1.
Yeah.
I guess the cool thing that was there a cool thing? Lady had a fight with Plasma and I guess
Yeah, like the way he got the way she got plasma like incapacitated was like
pretty
actually
smart,
clever.
but then you think about it and you're just oh right no I forgot his stupid quantum physics thing because he was like oh I need the person to be alive to mimic them or something.
Yeah, but also like
Yeah.
I feel like that is like another thing that like goes nowhere,
Yeah,
because like
but yeah,
because okay, so you have this thing where like yeah, like okay, so like at some point in the series they are like trying to like find like the rabbit, and they go to like this abandoned building, and it turns out this abandoned building is like full of demons. Like everyone living in this building is a demon, but like they are like the good demons, you know, like the ones that are just like families trying to escape the hostile environment of like
demon apartment complex.
yeah. So lady kind of like has a small change of heart in here, and as the leader of like a squadron, she tells like everyone else that like okay, like you are going to come in here and you are not going to kill any of them, you are going to get them out because they are refugees.
Yeah,
But then Baines is like what the fuck are you talking
kill
about?
them, kill
Like
them
what the fuck are you
all.
talking about? Like those like demon refugees make no fucking sense. Just kill them all.
Also,
So they line them
coming
against
from
the
a
wall.
man, yeah, but coming from a man who also went, but Dante has the ability to redeem himself because he's a itty bitty human.
See, but you see, like Dante has a little bit of white DNA. I mean, like human DNA on him.
Yeah, yeah, he has a little bit of white DNA. Got a little bit of it, just a little, just enough. He's passing.
Yeah.
He's passing. Dante, in my field, we'd call you white passing, and that's good enough for.
That's good enough.
It's good enough for us. Come over here, boy.
Yeah. Okay. So Baines is like, okay, like so they line all the demons against the wall, and they start like like
yeah, they massacre them.
they
Children,
massacre them all.
mothers.
Like
Doesn't matter.
not only the men, but the women and children too.
women and children too. And Plasma sees this all from the security camera, and he's
Yeah,
like,
and he has like a
"War
super strong reaction.
crimes?"
And
Yeah.
like Plasma sees them from the security cameras, and he's like, all of them, and he starts like, and then he does nothing.
Well, he blows up the building and just lets himself die with it.
Yeah, so he's like, okay,
Which
like,
yeah, which means his whole quantum replicating thing doesn't matter anymore. But to be fair, you have to keep this in mind. There exists more than one Plasma, because Dante did kill one early on.
yeah,
So it doesn't matter. There'll probably be another Plasma somewhere down the line, but it was also stupid.
yeah,
But Lady gets to kill Echidna. Lady does a kill steal to what was it? Rudra? Yeah, I think Rudra. And
yeah.
then Dante kills Agni. Dante kills Cavalier. Cavalier is pretty decent in this anime. He's strong, but
I mean, the
I
thing
don't
is
know.
like, I feel like the thing about Cavalier is that like, of all of the bosses they are showing, Cavalier is the one that didn't have like any personality, like on the original
Yeah, well,
one.
I mean, to be fair, like in the original series, he's not supposed to either. He's kind of just like
He's
stoic.
just like a soldier in like the original.
He doesn't have his original. He doesn't have his horse in the original fight too either, which is kind of
Yeah,
interesting. Because the funny thing about DMC3 was the horse. The horse was without Cavalier, and then 5 he comes back with Cavalier,
yeah,
and then the horse dies and Cavalier's there. But in this is the inverse. Like Cavalier's on his own, but there's no horse.
yeah. And also like,
Yeah.
it was also a waste because like
He's also
one of the
he's
cool things
also
about Cavalier,
small.
of the one of the cool things about Cavalier and like his horse is that like there are like time manipulation. They can like
Yeah.
create like bubbles of like frozen time, and they never use it in the
Yeah.
series, so it feels like a waste.
It is a waste. Also Cavalier is way smaller than he should be in that
Yeah,
series. And like he's one of the guys that Dante is struggling with, and Dante kind of has a makeshift, albeit I suppose clever way of finishing him, but it's just like, well, okay, whatever.
yeah.
I don't know. I
Like
don't know how to
yeah, like
feel about any of
I
this
did
now
think
that I
that
think
kill
about
was
it.
kind of cool. Like that kill was kind
I
of
think
cool.
it was kind of cool and creative. It's just like I don't know if I'd necessarily attribute Dante to doing such a thing, but you know, he's kind of a wild card. It's not. I
Yeah,
wouldn't put it past him.
yeah. And I don't know. I feel like Dante will do like smart stuff if it is also like cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that one was cool. The
I
problem
mean,
is that
he did.
the fight scene before that was kind of stupid.
It was. Yeah. Overall, this thing just misses the point so badly.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing: people had faith because Adi Shankar and his studio delivered on Castlevania, and like you know, this thing is trying to make Devil May Cry gritty, like how Castlevania was gritty, right?
Yeah.
But that world makes more sense because the world itself is immediately more dire.
Yeah.
Like demons are just running.
And also
Dracula's
just like the tone of Castlevania is like a lot less funny. Because
yeah,
like
and
DMC
also
is a comedy. Like Devil May Cry, like
yeah,
the games are comedies.
yeah, they're campy, they're fun, but like 3, Castlevania 3 specifically, has barely any story. You have your party member system, you kind of have some tangents. You could totally work with that, right?
Yeah.
And so they did that, and they made sure things seem dire because again, Dracula is running about and he's like gone mad, right? And so these tropes of cynicism, the last heir of the family, like you know Belmont, and just like all of that. Wait, Dante will do a triple backflip into his own sufferable, miserable, painful death if anyone. Yeah, he would. He would.
I
He
mean,
would.
like if you think about it, like that is that is one of the first things he does in Devil May Cry 1.
Yeah, the
Like
sword.
when he gets stabbed by the sword, he could have
Yeah.
just pulled it out. Like you can just
He
pull it
could have
out.
just,
Instead,
but
he
he just
fucking
fights
like
with it.
no. Instead, he just like fucking rises through like the entire sword, even through the hilt.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah.
He could have just put it out. Just pull it out.
Yeah, yeah. He's just having fun. But because his healing factor is just so stupid. But like, yeah. So with Castlevania, right? This is like
I mean,
being
like that is like one of the things that is from the games because like in the show
yeah.
in the show he gets half his in the show he gets half his face blown up and then he just grows
Yeah,
again.
in the show they also didn't do the whole being stabbed with the sword thing. Now that I
Yeah.
think about it.
In the
Yeah,
show
yeah.
in the show he gets his face blown up and then he just grows again. But the reason that is not a problem is because that is also in the game.
Yeah.
Like there is this scene in Devil May Cry 3 where Dante and Virgil are like having a sword fight, and Virgil basically like cuts Dante in half with his sword. But the thing is, like, Dante is healing so fast that
He
his body
regenerates
is
from the
essentially closing directly behind the sword,
Yeah, exactly.
which is very cool because there is like slow motion and there is like the angle from the top. Like the cutscenes
Yeah.
in Devil May Cry are very fucking cool.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Right. So like, Castlevania 3, with how dire things were, translated to an animated thing, these tropes of cynicism from like Trevor Belmont and Alucard, and you know, both of them being the last heir to this horrible lineage for one, and this you know, heroes of old. This kind of worked. It wasn't really
And also like
politically oriented like this is trying to be.
and also like in the Castlevania show, they are also trying to do the thing where like, you know, like, oh, the government is corrupt and the villain is misunderstood. You know, like,
Oh, you know what? Yes, they do that, and
but like the
to
thing
be fair,
is
it's
that
much more
works a lot.
believable in the
That
medieval.
works a lot better in the middle of the fucking Inquisition.
Yeah, it does, because like you get like the priest character who burned Dracula's like wife because he thought he was a witch, and then he's pretty much like the catalyst for all of this terrible stuff to happen.
I
You
mean, if you
get like
and like
people.
again, like if you think about it, like that is kind of the character of Baines.
Yeah, that is. I made that comparison with a friend. Like Baines and him are kind of a one-to-one, but the problem now is that since Kevin Conroy is dead, Baines will not have a cathartic death.
Mm-hmm.
Because Baines will just have to kind of exit stage left, or he'll have to die in the most unsatisfactory way. Because the way the
It's
priest dies in
Netflix.
Castlevania,
It is
yeah.
Netflix. I would not put AI past them.
I don't know. Adi Shankar made it a point not to integrate AI for this, but if he does, that oh boy. Because like for those of you who didn't watch and aren't planning to watch the Castlevania animated, one of the best scenes that happens is this priest who is pretty much the catalyst for everything because of his own stupid, ignorant idea of what of God is his church is infiltrated by demons, and he is confused because he's like, but I'm one of God's chosen, he should be protecting me, and he's just like, your God does not believe in your methods, he has abandoned you, and his death is off screen, but you know it's going to be the most horrific thing that he could ever experience.
Yeah, and that is
And
like,
that,
and
yeah.
it works because of that final humiliation. Because like, because like, what would be worse for like a priest than like direct confirmation that you are wrong and God hates you?
Yeah, that you are wrong. Yes, it's so good, and so the way, okay, this thing operates on religious-based politicism for DMC, and so Castlevania does too. I want to say season 2 is more on like, it's kind of like the usurpation that Camilla has and stuff like that, so it doesn't play as big. But like, with DMC, it's just, you can feel like Adi Shankar. So for context, Adi Shankar is like a middle-aged goth, Southern Asian. So Southern Asian goth, I give him props for that. But he's a very opinionated person. What a surprise! A goth is very opinionated, but he's very much like that, like anti-establishment, and sort of like that. But you see some of these takes that he has that aren't necessarily well researched by comparison, and this is kind of like satirical, but it's so satirical to a contemporary that happened so long ago, right?
Yeah, like that is another thing.
Weird.
That is another
It
thing.
feels
Like,
so weird to be doing this now.
that is another thing. We are over the war on terror. Like that was like movies about that stopped coming out like a decade ago.
Yeah. So it's just like us coming back to this with DMC as the backdrop is so bizarre as a thing to do.
Yeah, but like I like, again, like, I don't know, like between like the science stuff and the fucking like post 9/11 political stuff and all of that stuff. At points, this show feels like maybe they just had like a script laying around.
Yeah. Because
And they just
this
changed
thing
some
goes
names
too much
around.
on, this thing's like, because again, we do mention the paranoia of like of like assumptions based off of religious fervor in Castlevania as well. This does it as well, but it's completely in the direction of like the unjust segregations, persecutions, and terrible actions that are committed due to a response of one act of terrorism in the 2000s. Whereas, like, again, you put it succinctly, remember the Inquisition back in Castlevania? Is like, yes, people were that crazy as well in this cartoonish manner.
Yeah. I guess
But it's
nobody.
like it makes
I guess
sense.
nobody expects the American Inquisition.
Yeah, which makes sense in that, but it's like Dante was never wrapped up in this sort of stuff. And I see hold on. Wait a second. Let's see. All right, yeah. Let me see if I had it. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, it didn't have this sort of thing. It was just all character driven like our regular DMC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which allows it to be more timeless, you know, when you go for that. Right? This is weirdly trying to date itself in the 2000 like 90s to 2000s when it's already 2025.
Yeah, like even on even like the fucking like music choices.
Yeah,
Like you
like the
have
music choices are fine.
you have like
But like,
Papa Roach,
yeah,
Limp Bizkit, like Evanescence.
yeah. And I can respect that in the sense of like to as a nod to the player that might have started DMC when it came out. Sure,
Yeah.
that could work. But this is just such a weirder take. Is like, remember when you were playing DMC, and when were you playing it when 9/11 happened? Like, is that what Shankar is looking at you when you're trying to watch your anime? Like, I don't know, Audie. Did I play DMC when 9/11? You start sweating.
I don't know, like you know, like the ending of DMC1, when like they escape the cave on like a plane and then they fly straight into the World Trade Center.
That's I think what did Wooly name it in this Castle Super Beast thing? He's like a second Argo Sax has hit the building, and it's like it's so stupid. Um, and the funny thing is, I know people who compare this to DMC Reboot for sort of its theming. Um, due to the poor juggling of various themes and like stuff like that with the character stories and then the overall story. Um, are the themes themselves wholly different? Kinda, because like DMC Reboot is more
I feel like it was more,
and
and I also feel
anti
like
corpo.
I feel like DMC Reboot was like more contemporary to like the stuff going on when the game came out.
Yeah, when it came out, it was more anti-establishment through corporations and the misdirection of the media to assert bureaucratic corruption. Like, sure, they do claim Dante to be a terrorist, but it isn't a war on terror. It's more of just like corporations are completely manipulating us into hurting us as sheep, quite literally into sheep. They're making us drink slurm, right?
Yeah.
While this is more like against
Yeah,
the
Soylent Green
idea
is
of the
people.
yeah, exactly. Well, this is like anti-government in the idea of like misinformed paranoia and how that kind of just
Do your
causes us to
kids remember Iraq?
dehumanize.
Like I feel
Yeah,
like ending your DMC show with "Do your kids remember Iraq" is not a good idea.
it's not a good idea, especially since I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of the people watching that anime probably not.
Yeah, they probably don't. They probably weren't alive when Iraq happened.
Probably didn't. Man, you and me are ancient. We are ancient.
And the thing is, like, I am old, but I'm still so young that I don't remember Iraq because I was like 3 when that happened.
I was like 5, so yeah. I remember hearing about it in like elementary school a lot, but like yeah. This feels like an AMV with a plot tacked on.
Yeah.
Especially the Lady and Rabbit episode. I mean, the Lady and Rabbit episode's like good for the sake in terms of like animation and direction. I do also, I don't know, maybe I come off very cynical on this, but it's just like it's one of those episodes where you definitely feel like the creator is looking at you and going like, "Are you ready to be the sad?" And you're like, "Okay."
And like again, again, like wasted fucking opportunities. That episode, it does it does like some really like, I think like
I think the
potentially
lady portion is
interesting.
excellently done.
No, and I also think like there is like a potentially interesting idea. They are like setting up on that episode with like Lady and like Rabbit being like basically like two sides of the same coin, like having like
Yeah.
parallel stories.
Yeah.
But that episode happens so late on the series that they don't have time to do anything with that.
They don't.
That plot point
Well,
goes
I
nowhere.
mean, All Rabbit does goes like you created me because like she's the one who gunned down his homies in front of him. His sick his sick war crime homies. But
Yeah.
yeah, and oh by the way, he does a thing. He does that thing that's so great is when the final villain kind of runs out of options, so he just decides to Hulk out and be kind of a goon. I guess he's intelligent when he does it, but
Yeah, he does speak.
yeah, but he's just like, I'm big and buff now and red. You're like, okay.
Yeah. And like why did okay, so like he was a human.
Yeah.
Why did the demon blood make him a rabbit?
No, he had the demon. He had the rabbit mask.
No, but like when he like wrote it out, like he actually like grew like real rabbit ears and shit.
Oh well, the demon blood clearly sensed his inner furry
Because like the rabbit
and
face
just
he
let
had
it
was a
wild
mask.
out.
The rabbit face he
Yeah.
had was a mask. So like
Yeah.
why did when he like took like the extra demon blood and got like transformed, why did he grow like rabbit ears?
Yeah. He just becomes like a weird. Well, he's like a red rabbit demon, and then he gets Sparta. Then he gets. I mean, the way like Dante kills him is pretty metal too. That's at
Yeah.
least cool. I guess lady saving the day was also pretty cool too. But I do remember a friend saying like the series is continuously trying to push the Lady X Dante agenda, and I'm like, yeah, I'm all for it. What are you talking about? I'm all for it. Get out of my face right now. This is the correct answer.
I don't know. I feel like the funniest thing would be for Dante to never get with anyone.
No, here's the thing. Dante is a character who has a harem, but him and everyone in the harem does not know what sex or romance is.
Yeah.
They're all just like platonic housemates that are kind like they clearly have some sort of romantic feelings, but none of them know what it is. So they're just like, oh, that's weird, and then
Yeah,
they just
like
live together.
it's like yeah, like we've been living together for like 20 years. Do we get like under the sheets at the same time now or what? Like how
Yeah,
does that work?
do we? How does that work? I don't know. Like they just actually don't know what love is. They're just like, oh, I slipped and our lips touched. That's weird.
I
I
was
tasted.
talking.
Did you?
I was
Hmm?
actually talking with someone on like another Discord server. I mean, we were talking
Mm-hmm.
about like like the time scales and like the aging on on DMC, right? On like the
Yeah.
games, and we were
Yeah.
talking about like okay, so like between DMC3 and DMC5, there is like a whole dash new human that happens.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there is very clearly like a good amount of time happening there.
Oh yeah, no, because Dante's 43 by DMC5.
Yeah, but like the thing is like like in DMC3, Dante is 19 and he looks like he's 19.
Yeah.
In DMC5, Dante is 40 and he looks like he's 6, like he's 50.
Yeah. No, he's his something
But
happened.
lady is supposed
Yeah.
to also be like because like lady is only
Lady's
like
only a couple years off. She's 41.
but like she looks like 29.
She ages like fine wine, and don't you dare question it. She is a queen.
Well, we got to like the topic of Virgil, right?
Which is which is funny because she's also like fully human. She has no demon,
Yeah.
so there's no explanation as
I mean,
to why she's.
I mean, maybe she stopped aging when she was like trapped inside of that other thing. But like actually, that was only like for like a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered.
Um, um, but like Virgil would also be 40, like 40 something, right? Because they're twins.
Yeah.
But Virgil actually like looks way younger.
Yeah, he looks like mid-30s.
So like the question was,
Maybe
do we
early
think Virgil is aging slower because he has sex?
Dante, you've never known this secret.
Like maybe when you are a demon, you get like a special kind of blue balls that make you age faster. I don't know.
Oh, that'd be rough. But that would have to indicate that he has blue balls. Like he's just because Dante could. There are totally times where it feels evident that he could be with Lady or like Trish, like at a given moment, like a one night stand if he wanted. But it's just like no, which is why I'm wholly convinced none of them know.
Yeah, and like I don't know, like whenever Dante does get like in like more sexually suggestive situations in like the games, it feels like he has the understanding of a teenager.
Yeah, yeah.
Like he
Well,
sees.
no, here's how it goes, right? All right. So here's his understanding of it. Is he he's on the Clyphod tree, right? Fighting about to fight Virgil. And before he before he fights him, he's like, "I can never forgive you for not signing off on that stork that brought you Nero." What? You know, the stork that brought Nero. Dante, how do you think babies come into this world? Mom told us about the stork. Oh my god.
Yeah, like I don't know. I keep thinking back about like this boss in what is the name, Niwan? I think like the one that turns into a guitar in the Oh My Cry dream.
Wait, what?
I keep like the boss that
Nevin,
Nevan.
the
Yeah,
guitar.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like the insinuation in that cutscene is like he thinks like fingering a lady is like playing the guitar.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that is his
Yeah, he has
understanding.
no idea. He has
Like
no idea. Yeah, I'm telling you, he probably doesn't know how Nero actually came to be. He's
yeah.
probably just fully convinced.
Yeah, like he's like
Um,
like I can sense your DNA. I can sense your essence. I know you are of my blood. So you are his son. But I don't know how that happened.
I don't know how that happened. And then Virgil's just stuck there. He's just so baffled on the top of the Clyflight. He's like, I don't have the heart to tell you, Dante. You're just gonna have to figure that out on your. You're 43. He just ends the sentence that way. You're 43.
You're 43.
You're 43.
I know you keep getting your utility disconnected, but like maybe like next time you have internet, just like Google boobies.
Dante gets increasingly more angry. Are you calling mommy a liar? Oh god. Um, yeah. So
No, but like Dante says that. Dante says that, and then Virgil starts thinking maybe it is good that he doesn't know what sex is because he will be fucking
yeah,
like
maybe it is.
because he will be fucking mom's clone right now if he did.
He would. He would. He would probably.
So maybe it is better that he doesn't know what sex is.
Maybe. Um. So yeah, this entire anime. We'll get also. Oh right. So the thing here is we've covered most of the series. They have a season 2 setup, and I think season 2 has been essentially cleared for the
Yeah, like I think
to be
it's
for production
yeah.
or something,
Yeah,
right?
like it has officially been renewed. That is the term. It has officially been renewed.
Yeah. So I feel like you're too into it now to course correct and be what people would have liked or wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just going to be one of those things where you just have to double down, and we're going to just watch it get like either um like serviceable for what it was, like your standards lower, or it's just going to get even worse. I dislike this constant beating down of Dante because here's the thing. There is a plot point in a lot of manga, anime, and video games where you will have a quote unquote problem solver character. In a lot of sequel series too. So you know your I mean you know the basic gist, right? Of like series like Boruto, right? Candy, like it's Naruto sequel.
Mm-hmm. I don't know
So you'll
anything about
have
Naruto.
no, don't worry. But like essentially by the end of Naruto, Naruto's pretty much like a god, right? And so in Boruto, you have to focus on Boruto. But Naruto's walking around, Candy. And if Naruto's just walking around, how could Boruto ever have a problem? Because his god dad will punch the problem.
Why
He
did
is a
Hey dude?
problem solver character.
Why didn't Naruto stop 9/11?
Why didn't Naruto stop 9/11? So Gojo was a problem solver character in JJK for quite a bit, but and then in a lot of sequel series, if the old cast comes back and they're super strong, they're problem solver characters. Characters that if any threat were to come, they'd solve the problem. I feel like with this direction, they look at like original Dante and see what could possibly stop him. How could he ever have difficulty? And they overcorrected by making him very susceptible to a bunch of different stuff without any recovery. But the thing is, like,
Because like, and I feel like like that is
You
like
know Dante's a problem solver character. The fun isn't him solving the problem. The fun is watching him have fun solving the problem and making a spectacle of it.
yeah, but like because like the thing is like as silly and as like seemingly like impulsive and like unstrategic as like Dante can be on like the games. The thing is like Dante is a really good fighter.
He's a really good fighter. His entire dynamic is his creativity, his flair for style, like everything about it is so fun. If you don't even know anything about DMC, look up DMC like triple S rank combo vids. People go insane and it looks immaculate.
Yeah, but like yeah, so like in gameplay, of course, Dante is a really good fighter for the sake of gameplay, but like in the story, he is also like a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He knows how to use a lot of weapons. He's very agile, very strong, very like, and he does have like he doesn't like plan ahead a lot. He doesn't like do that a lot, but he has like an intuitive sense of strategy in a way. You know,
Yeah,
like
his combat IQ is stupid high.
yeah. Um
Yeah.
like he doesn't plan ahead, but he understands like fighting enough that he can improvise on the fly and like get away with it. And I feel like that is the thing that he's missing in the show. That he keeps trying the same tactic over and over and over again and doing the same thing over and over. And he doesn't get creative. He doesn't like try to like fluke or like trick the enemy. He doesn't like he's just shooting at them.
I feel like they're just too afraid to make him what he is because they're worried that they can't write him to struggle if he's as good as he's supposed to be, which is completely untrue because like him being as strong as he is really does highlight how bad the threat is when it's actually like giving him trouble. Like Mundus, for example, or just like Nello. No, the anime isn't good. The DMC anime is not good.
It is bad. It is very bad.
It's pretty bad. Hey, my cat got on my desk again. How dare you, girl? To the bed you go.
Send me your cat. I will take care of her.
I know you will. You're good with cats. All right. Yeah, so the thing is like you can have fun with problem solver characters with like while not having to resort to like just locking them up somewhere. Or sometimes you can do it and it'll work, but if the main character is having that, it's like I'm just sitting here worried like I'm just sitting here worried that you're gonna make it another season of me having to see a lady kind of come into realization of shit she should have like come to realization to in season 1.
Yeah. And I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel
One Punch is pretty good.
like
One
what
Punch
are
is
they
really
going
funny
like
for an
what
overpeak
was the
character.
point of like where are we going with the idea of Dante being captured? Are we going to start getting like Dante clones? Like what are they fucking going to do with that?
What's the point? What's the point too? It's just like it's getting really annoying to have him beat around like this. Like again, I call him like a problem solver character. He will always save the day, but make it a fun thing to watch as he saves the day. It's like it doesn't have to be like, well, no one will be like, but people need to be surprised he's gonna kill the bad guy. No one's fucking surprised that he's gonna kill the bad guy. He's the title character. You know what's gonna be the surprise? How he kills the bad guy. How he makes this fun to watch, a spectacle. Like all like showing kind of like his insane creativity, intuition, and ability to adapt at a moment's notice.
Yeah, and like again, like
yeah.
again, like yeah, like what you were saying, like making him strong only highlights like when he does get like beaten, like how high the stakes are. Like again, like going back to like DMC3, uh, like like even without the devil trigger, even like he starts like super powerful. He like fucking like he fucking like whoops everyone who is sent to chase him. He humiliates Cerberus. You know, he's
Yeah.
like he's like cleaning out. And then he gets to Virgil, and Virgil beats his ass and almost kills him.
Yep.
And he's
And
like,
it shows
okay.
just-
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah, like this guy is like he means business and he has the skills to like he started a fight
And-
because he knows he has the skill to fight it.
Yeah, and the fun thing about DMC3 even more is that's not the only time you fight Virgil, because of course not. You have 3 fights and you're gradually getting stronger and you have a more complex moveset. So in the second fight, you draw with Virgil, showing that you're at equal odds with your brother, and then in the last one you win.
Yeah, and it is this, and also like again, like I like the feeling that like like maybe like the devil trigger doesn't feel like super utilized in the show. It doesn't feel like what it should be like in the
It's a
in the in the
crutch.
in
It's
Devil
not. Yeah.
in Devil May Cry 3, like the devil trigger is like the story of Dante eventually getting to the level of Virgil. The devil trigger is tied to that.
Yeah.
Because what triggers what causes Dante to like get into the like devil trigger set the first time is like losing to Virgil.
Yeah.
So it is like also tied to like this obstacle. He's so powerful, but
Yeah.
there is this obstacle, and this obstacle has like meaning because it's also his brother and all that stuff.
It has
Um,
meaning, but the thing is, like, right? Dante is wholly capable without the devil trigger in 3. It kind of respects him in that way too, right?
yeah,
And 3 is necessary for him to be at like be on par with his brother because it's an ability his brother has.
yeah,
Whereas in this anime, it feels like he can't finish anything without devil trigger.
Virgil is pretty much the only obstacle he's shown to not be able to overcome without the devil trigger.
Yeah. Which highlights how like how big of a threat Virgil is. But in this anime, he has to use it against Agni and Rudra. And he has to use it, I think, in the fight against Rabbit as well. I don't think he actually was able to proc it. And they make it such a thing like it's so hard for him to awaken the devil trigger again and make it manual. It's like it shouldn't. The way you're making it sound now is because like he has to do it again. He has to rely on it instead of relying on everything else that makes Dante Dante.
Yeah, and also like the struggle with the devil trigger that is Nero's thing.
Yeah, because Nero's is cool because it's like Nero's is for the context of that character. Nero has a devil trigger, but suddenly it just awoke, and it's partially active all the time.
Yeah.
For 4. Also, did you see the concept art of like what his devil trigger was originally going to be in 4?
No.
It looks really cool, but like I like the what they came out with the stand because it's also kind of cool too. But like yeah,
I do like the idea of like, yeah, because like, and it makes sense because again like he has a different ratio of like demon to human blood, so it makes sense that his demonic powers manifest differently.
Well, it's also just the fact that that Nero's devil trigger in 4 is just so satisfying because when you do the slash, your devil trigger will do the slash on the opposite direction and it's heavier.
Yeah.
And it's just like very satisfying. What was I gonna mention? I also forgot because we kept on talking about DMC3. This thing, like the animated likes to bring up this the quote unquote originality of the kindness in demons and the evil in humans, or just like sort of the duality or the juxtapositions of such. 3 already kind of experiments with this already, and the series does have like characters like Trish who are she's a demon but she's good, but also Arkham in DMC3 approaches Dante as a demon and he acts like Dante, whereas Arkham acts like a human to Virgil but acts like Virgil. And it's very interesting because Arkham is acting like a human, the half that Virgil hates about himself, but he's selling Virgil on his ideas through his manipulation because he's acting cold like Virgil's dad. Meanwhile, Jester, although still antagonistic to Dante, is approaching Dante as a mockery to him because he is being the half that Dante hates.
If you shoot me,
But
I'll
he's
die,
acting capricious.
You know?
Yeah, but he's acting as capricious as Dante. And like you see this interesting duality to it. Like there's so much like as he's only being funny, quote unquote, and like carefree when he's a demon, but he's being like cold and robotic when he's a human.
Yeah.
It's not like this anime doesn't really even have much originality to it in some of the themes that it does has. The only thing that was kind of interesting was the idea that the demons had resentment because they were trapped in with Mundus, but you didn't effectively showcase that either because you didn't show much of Mundus.
Yeah. And like at the same time it's like they are trying to like take that out on like it feels like misguided, like trying to take that out on humanity because it's like, okay, like you are literally from a different dimension. Why is it humanity's job to save you from how shitty that dimension is? like it's not the people's fault. So why are you attacking humans? Like, what did they do?
Yeah. Also, like,
Like
yeah.
like it wasn't even like humans didn't even do the thing. Like most humans didn't even know you exist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Mundus is really stupid in DMC1, remember?
Yeah.
Because he's just like, Dante is the biggest threat to my plans. How will I make sure my plans succeed? I will bring him to the island where I'm conducting my plans.
And then I will kill the woman that looks like his mom.
So he will get angry. The DMC animated also has this weird thing where it's like his relationship with Virgil will just like we mentioned, since 3 is overwritten, he has had no meetings with Virgil since they were kids. Their dynamic has completely changed, so now it's gonna be a reveal where we're gonna have that Disney thing or like that movie thing. It's like, wait a minute, you're evil. It's like Dante says to Virgil, and Virgil will probably, knowing this animated, Virgil will look at him and he's like,
No, you are the evil
actually,
one.
yeah, exactly. And this will just completely ruin it. Um, it throws this all away just for like this fuck the government, rampant racism, and religious phobia shtick that feels very high school fanfic edgy.
Yeah.
It's
And again,
all messy.
and also again, the fucking analogy doesn't work. Like, like you see what happens as soon as the fucking portal opens. Like immediately, fucking like giant demons start like coming over and like killing people. So it's like, it is not racism. It is not racism to not want that portal open.
Yeah. It's like, but
Because
some of them are misunderstood. Well, I guess you can make the argument for like terrorism candy, where there are the extremists versus the civilians, but the thing with the demon is the demons have far more in the ratio of evil,
yeah, and also like I feel like again I don't know. I feel
like
like
from what's displayed.
it feels like that kind of stuff. Like like making like if you're going to say like if you're going to say like the big demons that kill people are like the terrorists and stuff like that. I feel like that kind of like minimizes the thing that makes like that kind of stuff so like devastating in real life, and it is like I think humans do,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
nobody knows like how
That,
far like there is a
yeah.
like there is like a good argument. There is a good argument to make that like there is a point at which everyone is going to get that far. Like if you push someone enough, like
Oh, Joker's
everyone
one
can
bad
get that.
day. Yeah. Well, it's like this also harkens back to the infuriating thing about Lady, where Lady talks about her rampant hatred for demons. Then she shows some justification for Makaians. But like, then she talks to Rabbit, and she's like, only a human could have this much psychopathy and heartlessness. It's like, so you know that you can also be capable of this problem. So why are you still following a guy who with this us versus them mentality when you know it's not so black and white?
Yeah. Again, it's just sloppy writing. Like
Sloppy writing.
uh yeah, like I guess like bottom line, play
I don't like it.
DMC3 on 5.
Oh, are we at our verdicts yet? All right. Well, my verdict is watch it if you don't know DMC, so you can start off with something considerably its most weak property. Maybe a little better than the DMC reboot, I suppose, but I don't know. It's more of an isolated alternative universe. You need no prior information, really. You'll enjoy some Easter eggs. Or you could probably do the better thing and not watch it and save yourself the time and just watch 3 as a cutscene movie instead, or just play 3. Yeah, play the games.
Yeah. You can skip 2. Like you are allowed
Yeah,
like
everyone's allowed to skip 2.
yeah, you can skip you can skip the Devil May Cry 2 because it doesn't even have like any plot relevance. So you don't even have to watch the cutscenes. You can just completely skip 2.
Would you all like to know a fact is from someone who's tried S ranking all of them? I've S ranked DMC1. When I tried S ranking DMC2, I googled a guide of DMC S rank guide. There is only one guide, and the guide says, "I'm the only person I'm aware of who did this. I don't know if you should." Like, bro is just completely like, I did it just to see if I could, and I'll be real with you, the only way I could is basically using the game's like super modes and other stuff, and yeah, this game's messy and bad. But he
Yeah, and
liked it.
like
He for some reason he's one of the minority that really like DMC2, so power to him. But yeah, testament to how bad DMC2 is.
yeah, and like okay, so like in Devil May Cry 5, there is like a movie you can watch from the main menu
Oh yeah.
that like goes over the plot of like the older games to like like catch you up, get you up to date. And they are
Actually, I
explaining
don't
okay,
think all of them are. I don't think all of them are movies. I think that some of them are just like, here's a picture of the background and here's a bunch of text that'll read you the plot summation. I think that happens for
yeah.
1 and 2,
Yeah,
but
but
I
like
think 3 might be the movie.
yeah, but like the thing is like okay, so they're like but like the point is like one gets a plot explanation.
One gets a what?
One gets a plot explanation. Like they actually explain the plot of one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because they are like, okay, so like okay, so in Devil May Cry 3, this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and then in Devil May Cry and then Devil May Cry 2 happened. And so and then again, so like they just skip Devil May Cry 2 entirely. They are like, yeah, this happened. Anyway, Devil May Cry 4.
Yeah. Do you wanna know how little Capcom cares about Devil May Cry 2? Devil May Cry 2 used to be considered the last in the timeline. And so everyone was like worried because since it's the worst one, everything else has to build up into the timeline. They changed its timeline placement because nobody could possibly care. It doesn't matter
Yeah,
where it is. It used to be, what was it? It used to be 3142, and now it's 3124 and 5. So yeah,
yeah,
two genuinely does not matter. I'll even go so far to say, like, depending on your patience, you can maybe skip 1 and watch it as a movie, because that game's first half pretty good, its second half pretty bad.
yeah. Like you think about Devil May Cry 1, it is very good for a game that invented a genre.
Yeah,
Like you have to
because
put that asterisk in there.
because the creator really wanted to add his gimmick levels in, so there are like underwater swimming levels that are really bad that completely break the pace. And the last one is God, what's the fucking game's name? It's like a shoot 'em up, but it was on arcades.
Afterburner.
Yeah, it was Afterburner. It's an Afterburner that isn't balanced well at all.
They do that again in
And then you
Bayonetta,
have,
and it's actually fun in that one.
well, that's because Kamiya loves fucking Afterburner, but like at least they balanced it at that time. Because DMC1 Afterburner, that's the first phase of the boss fight, and it takes too long. So if you're going for S rank clearing, it kind of ruins it. Also, that game is really weird because some cutscenes won't count to your S rank, and then some will. So
Yeah, because
I
like
don't know.
S rank depends on the time too.
Yeah, well, in DMC1, it's the most simple. It's like S rank is time, red orbs, and then if you didn't use items or not. The later ones like will go and also DMC1 is really generous on some of the S ranks, but yeah. This podcast got me into DMC. We're happy. We really love DMC.
Yeah,
and
like
I
like
both
again,
adore
like
it.
the anime is bad, but like most of the games are genuinely like really quite good. So definitely like give them a
Yeah.
try.
Well, like, 'cause here's the thing. Even the ones that are flawed are still good, right? DMC1 first half is still really fun.
Yeah,
It is very dated by its time because of the fixed camera, but they almost all of them have the fixed camera up until like 5. But like you can very much see that it was an offshoot of a Resident Evil game, right?
yeah,
And then Devil May Cry 2 is just really not fun because it's not like it's difficult, it's just it's too easy and the enemies are just poorly designed. So like why would you not use your guns? Your guns solve most of the problems in Devil May Cry 2.
yeah,
Um, Devil May Cry 3 is really good. It has one bit of flaw, like one flaw in that it's padded out in the middle, and some of the boss fights aren't too great. Like the horse, remember the chariot fight? That's not
yeah.
a great
That one is
design one.
very annoying.
Um,
But like those are like blips. Like the highs on Devil May Cry 3
yeah,
are like very fucking high.
yeah. And then DMC 4 is really good. Like Nero is one of my favorite playable characters in his 4 iteration. I also love his design because the Devil Bringer is just so cool to me.
Hmm.
The only problem with that game is you have to kind of do the rerun as Dante
Yeah, like
in the reverse order.
they kind of run out of time to like develop
Yeah,
Devil May Cry 4, so they decided to use like halfway through the
reuse
game you
it.
change character and you go to the entire game again with backwards.
It kind of also just like defeats some things narratively because it ruins Nero's efficacy as a character because he never gets a landing kill for a lot of those bosses. It's Dante.
Yeah.
But then Dante doesn't get the weapon from those demons. He doesn't get their devil arms. He gets them from the stone tablets. It's all weird. But it's
But
still good.
it's still
It's
fun
still
to
good.
play. Like the core gameplay is
And
like very, very strong.
and DMC5 is amazing. I absolutely adore it. I have little to no complaints about it.
Yeah. Like Devil May Cry 5 like has 3 playable characters and somehow it doesn't become a mess.
I'd say play one first. See how you feel for that game. If you want to quit it, there's no shame in it. And then just watching a cutscene thing. Honestly, it depends on you know what? Clearing that game on normal difficulty, it's fine. I'd say 3 is gonna be the one after, and then if you really want to get it feel into like being one of those people who really gets to do combo displays and doing S ranks and stuff, 3 is definitely the fun start. And then play 4 and then play 5. 2 is just the only one you can 1 and 2 can be ones you skip. But 1 is at least worth a shot, I'd say.
Yeah, like try 1. If you don't like it, go to 3.
Yeah.
Don't even bother with 2. Like 2 is you don't even need to watch the cutscenes.
And if you see one that says D lowercase m C and then Devil May Cry under it, you stay away from that.
Yeah, like if you see like if you find one that came out in 2013, don't play it.
Don't play it. No one talks about it. Just don't play it. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Don't touch it. Don't look at it. It'll steal your soul.
Mm-hmm.
It'll sell you slurm.
Yeah.
God, Mundus is such a loser in that fucking game. He's so stupid.
You know, like
yeah.
I thought shooting a baby in the wound was the worst thing any DMC character was ever going to do, and somehow it is not anymore.
What is? No, I'm trying to remember.
Genocide.
Oh right, the 9/11 genocide. Well, you see, Virgil used the ancient sniper rifle of Sparta to kill the demon victim. So stupid. There's also just the thing that since Enzo is dead, that kind of ruins some of the dynamics. So here's some fun lore about Devil May Cry. For those of you who haven't played, whenever Dante kills a demon, their soul just pretty much turns into a weapon called a devil arm, which he can use in combat and switch up his style, and it makes him really fun to play. It gives him so much variety. It's why he's one of the biggest technical characters in all of hack and slash games. But the fun thing is, you'll notice that he doesn't always have the same devil arms. Well, he rarely has the same devil arms in the next game. That's because lore reason wise, not only because of like balancing issues, I suppose, but Dante just sells his devil arms, these ancient relics of power, to Enzo, this Italian dude.
Because like you think it's like Dante is terrible with money and he's always broke.
Yeah, he's always broke. So he's spending his money on pizza, junk food, and then he uses the money
probably replacing jukeboxes.
Yeah, this is also a thing that's very likable about him. He also uses any money he gets from the mission and from the devil arms to pay off any of the collateral damage that was done during his mission. So I was like, these are fun things about his thing. Like, why couldn't you bring devil arms? Like, to be fair, he even wields one of Agni and Rudra's blades. But like, yeah, hey, I have this devil arm. Do you want it? And Enzo's just like, yeah.
Like
okay,
fucking Pawn Stars.
Pity.
You know, like Pawn Stars is like, yeah, I have this real demon thing, and then they get a priest, and he's like, yeah, that's a demon thing, and then Rick goes like, I can give you $50.
And Dante's just like, oh my god, that's more money than I've ever had before.
I can buy one video game with that.
I can buy. He just runs up to Trish. Look what I got, and she's just like sighing. He's like, Dante, you sold Sparta. Oh.
Yeah, I have this motorbike that is also a demon. How much are you going to give me for that?
Oh god, Cavalier is so cool.
Yeah, like honestly, like Cavalier, like when I was playing Devil May Cry 5, I was having so much fun with Cavalier. Then I was like, you can make a game entirely about this.
Yeah. We'll also say in Devil May Cry 5, Sky, and any other people who are interested in playing, Devil May Cry 4. So Devil May Cry 3 has technically 3 playable characters. You can play as Lady. Not many people do because she doesn't have her own like mission ranking structure. I think she just goes off of Dante's. But you can play as Virgil and Dante, the 2 icons. Then in Devil May Cry 4, you can have like a total of 5 different people you play, which is Nero, Virgil, Dante, Lady, and Trish. And then in DMC 5, you get V, Dante, Nero, and Virgil. And you get a lot of bang for your buck because they all play very differently, but they all play very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like for example, like again, like Dante's like the versatility. Dante's like he has like a lot of weapons, he can switch between weapons and like styles. So you can have like it's constantly like changing and experimenting because like yeah, some enemies are going to be better with like like range weapons and the style that like promotes range attacks. And then some enemies are going to be better with like like the style that gives you like super like overpowered parries. Some enemies are going to be better with like the motorbike, because the motorbike is an actual weapon you can use in the game, which is very fucking cool and it's very fun to use.
Yeah.
Some enemies are going to be like, sometimes it's going to be like just like easier to get out of the situation, like spamming your bazooka. Like you have like a lot of flexibility with like a bunch of like stuff you can do with Dante. The other ones are like the other characters are like more closed in a way. The like the amount of like things they can do is like smaller, but they are like more focused and like they also have like their own like way of like approaching the challenges that is like way more fun.
Yeah. So for instance, Virgil has a fun gimmick where he's super serious, so you get more meter if you just walk to opponents and do taunts. And I think he does he do heavier damage than Dante by average? I forget. He also has Beowulf though.
Yeah, like and like Virgil is like slower, more defensive.
Kind of parry based. He has like his slashes. He's very he can still technically be mobile even though he has his like focus meter. And then
he's a weave. Like Virgil plays like a
Yeah.
weave. He has like the ninja sword and he has like special attacks about like concealing the ninja sword like super fast and shit like that.
Oh well, Iaido.
Yeah.
Yeah, that form of kendo.
And then
Meanwhile,
you have
Nero's kind of a grappler character in 4. He has the cool Devilbringer abilities. He gets a stand as his Devil Trigger, and then in 5, he kind of trades his arm for a bunch of gimmicks. So you can equip different arms to him.
yeah,
yeah.
and like there are like
And
several
they'll do
like
different things.
and like there are several arms that like all do different stuff. Like there is one that is like a drill and is very very good at like breaking like guards and like armor enemies.
There's one that shoots out a rocket fist, and then you can jump on the rocket fist and ride the rocket fist.
Yeah, like a fucking like flying skateboard.
I love Nero.
There is one that is like a set of like
Nero
cutlery.
can also
There is an arm that is like a set of cutlery. And you can just shoot this pork.
Oh yeah. There's also the
And
fact
there is
that,
one
like,
that is a vibrator.
Nero's sword is also my favorite amongst the 3. I love Red Queen. I like Yamato's cool, but Red Queen's my favorite because Nero like revs it up like a motorcycle. He'll stab an opponent, then stand on the opponent with his sword in them, rev it up, and somehow they've become a makeshift motorbike.
Yeah, because like there is like an engine and like with like flames and shit inside of like Nero's sword. Like the handle looks like a motorcycle handle and even has like a brake. And they're like, and he revs it up, and that is actually like an element in gameplay too. Like there is a button you can press, like, and if you time it right, as soon as an attack hits, you press that button, you like he like revs the weapon and it charges the next attack and stuff like that, and you get like extra combos you can do if you're like get really good at that and stuff like that.
Yep.
And then you have V, who is like a summoner character.
V is so interesting because he's a summoner in a hack and slash game.
Yeah,
he's
he doesn't really fight by himself. Like
he has to do the finishers though, but yeah.
Yeah, like because like normally the way it works is that like you have 2 buttons. Like the way I map them is like like square and triangle. And for the other characters, those buttons are like light attack and heavy attack, right? For B, those 2 buttons are like commanding his 2 pets.
Yeah, my cat or my bird.
Yeah. So you are constantly like juggling like your 2 pets, like giving them commands, and then when the enemy gets weak enough, you have to like get in close and deliver the final blow yourself. which is like a risk because B is like he has like the less armor. He's very frail.
Yeah. Because that's his story. I mean, to be fair, he also has Devil Trigger, and when he has Devil Trigger, he brings out his other pet, Blorbo.
Yeah,
And Blorbo be fucking.
Yeah, like he just like when he gets into like Devil Trigger, just like a fucking meteorite falls from the sky, and the meteorite turns into like a giant dude. That just like, and he just like gets like a piggy ride on that dude, but he like breaks everything.
And you would think as a character he'd be very scary in terms of positioning your pets, but the AI is good enough that it does it on its own relatively well. I can't remember too many times it struggles. Like you can rack up S ranks easy with V.
I will argue that he's the easiest character in Devil May Cry 5, actually.
He is, yeah, no, because he's so easy to get S ranks with.
Yeah, but like and again, like the difference between like we are talking about the anime and we are talking about like all of these compounding issues. We talk about the games and we talk about like, oh, in this school, he's in the school, he's in the school.
Yeah. Hell, Trish and Lady in DMC4 are also amazing. Again, Trish is just a walking arsenal. Sorry, Lady is a walking arsenal, and Trish
isn't wearing any underwear.
The Trish has the mighty sword Sparta, and she also has like an electrical moveset. Also, to be fair, Trish is like the most broken character in DMC2. Because she just has a spam fuck you laser, so you can just clear Bloody Palace with her. Pretty easy.
I'm a shooting my laser.
I'm a firing my laser. How would you have felt if there was a more direct Bayonetta like reference in this DMC animated? Would you care?
I feel like if they tried to make it like a big part of the plot, it would be weird. But you know, like a reference,
they would never, because they're different companies. But it would
but like a reference here and there is cute. Because
because 2098 is lurking but wants to say hi.
Hi. Because again, like this is the thing that like the games do too. Like the games reference each other a lot.
Yeah. In Bayonetta, I think the implication is like Dante and Bayo are cousins.
Yeah, and you know, you get like the reference to like the name Redgrave. There is a character in Bayonetta 1 that is called like Tony Redgrave, and Dante lives in
Enzo exists in both universes.
Yeah, and like Dante lives in like Redgrave City. Like there is a very clear like token like cheeky little like haha what if thing going on with like these two series. So I think like a reference to Bayonetta here and there could be like fun.
Wouldn't it? But here's the thing. This is the Devil May Cry animated we're talking about. You know what I think the reference would be?
Yeah.
They go to hell, and then Bayo is there dying and burning in hell because Bayo 3 happened.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh.
Yeah, like that is the thing. I was going to say like Bayonetta. I was going to say Bayonetta may be too fun for Adi.
Yeah, I'm glad. Here's the thing. He made a hit with Castlevania, and I've seen him being a little too cynically opinionated. So seeing this series kind of get its just desserts makes me go like, could you rethink your mindset for your future animateds? I'm just sad DMC had to take the hit.
Yeah, like maybe reconsider your approach.
Maybe. He came into it like he was a fan, and it's just like, if you were a fan, you wouldn't have wildly missed this mission statement. You would, in order to push like a contemporary narrative that's 20 years out of date.
Yeah, and again, like the most frustrating part is like, I feel like there was something that could have been like salvaged from here to make a good story, a good DMC story, because like, because like the whole thing about like, you know, like needing the sword and the amulets to like open the portal to hell, and like that is a fun idea. And Rabbit is like a fun antagonist, so like focusing on that, and just like making it like a more like funny, like silly action romp about like Dante trying to stop that from happening, like that would have been like good. Like I think people would have liked that.
I think we finally got everything we needed to say out of Devil May Cry.
Let me see if I have any more notes.
Okay.
Um, yeah, for some reason the note about Dante's mom being horror is like here 3 times.
I mean, it's true. Like her model gets hotter from like because like DMC one Trish doesn't look that great.
And then in Devil May Cry 4, she is not wearing any underwear.
She's not. She in 4 she's kind of okay, but then in 5 it's like wow, jeez.
Yeah, and she's very pretty in the anime too. In this anime too.
Also, there's like a different DMC animated. I completely forgot about that. There's like one that's an actual anime, but like like it's a bizarre inverse. I think the world is like decent, but like Dante's kind of his somber version.
I think they made a reference to that one in this one with like Dante eating the ice cream and shit.
Well, yeah, because the Sunday, because because in every other property, Dante's like a pizzaaholic, but in the original animated specifically, he also likes a good old strawberry sundae. So the series starts off with him going to well, it doesn't start off, but it's like the first 2 episodes I think is just like he goes to a diner to get a strawberry sundae. Also like that waitress that is really into him.
Yeah.
And he has the napkin with her number and he just like goes like, what is this? Like completely solidifies that this man knows not how to romance. He's like, why would she give me her phone number? I'm the one running a business.
Yeah, like I am the one with the business card. You are always here.
Yeah,
I
I'm
already
the
know you
business.
work.
She wants me to call her, but why? If she wanted the job, if she wanted to give me a job, she should call me. Eats a sundae and leaves.
Yeah.
She had no right being that hot for a throwaway character.
But I mean I feel like that is just a thing with anime. Like I think like every anime I have ever watched, there is just like a random background character that is like, oh man.
Yeah. She got me going. Well, I mean, to be fair, I looked at her for a bit. I'm like, well, she probably also revs like Candy's engines, because you like redheads.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, you do. Wait, Candy, quick consensus. We talked about this before, but for the sake of the podcast, to show people, long hair or short hair?
Short hair. Yes.
Short hair too. Yeah, high five.
Yay.
Whoa.
Wee.
Wee.
I cannot high five you, but maybe I can like headbutt you. I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I need the concussion. So yeah, that ends the Devil May Cry
Let me see.
podcast.
Wee.
Ow. She did the back of my head. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. Yeah, that ends our Devil May Cry section of the cast. I guess the rest of my week, to make it brief, just writing another script, essentially, a bunch of different drafts to see which one will stick. And I also watched a different Netflix series because I needed to wash the taste out of DMC out of my mouth, and that was Kengan Ashura. And Kengan Ashura is neat.
What is it about? I don't think I've ever heard about that one.
You know why you haven't heard about it? Because it's locked in Netflix jail.
Oh.
It's one of those animes where it's exclusive to the streaming service that it's in. And technically it only finished airing like 2024, but like it started in 2019. I think they just only finally decided to do the latest season for it. Kengan Ashura is a pretty simple concept. It's underground fighting tournament. Pretty loyal to like some martial arts and showing it. It's not like the stupid Baki thing where it's like there is a narrator. I'm gonna tell you, Kengan is really funny sometimes because the first episode has like this old salaryman, right? And he watches the main character brutally beat the hell out of a guy, like break his bones and twist his arm in a direction it should not, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the salaryman, who's kind of like beta male, sort of, he sees the guy walk out of the alley and he's like, oh wait, what's your name? And he's like, it's Oma, what's yours? And he's like, Kazuo. And then Oma leaves, and then Kazuo, he runs. The narrator goes like, and so he did a thing he never thought he would do again. Not in 15 years has he done this. Kazuo ran to the red light district and had sex. And you're just like, what? And it's like, you see, it was because he was so close to danger and death that his innate primal instincts of preserving his species kicked in. And then it shows like the graphic of like the sperm penetrating the egg. It's just like, what?
Nice island.
I saw it. And
No, like that was the thing is like that was the joke I was going to make. Like you told he was going to he was running to like the red light district and I was going to say like I mean yeah like if you can just like get beaten to death on like a back alley by like a giant man like you might as well have sex before that happens.
So
Oh, he died.
all right, say something.
I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. You were cutting off for me. What were you gonna say? Because you were saying you were gonna make that joke, and then it cut off for me.
Yeah, I was going to say like if I can get beaten to death by like a giant guy in a back alley at any moment, might as well have sex before that happens.
Well, no, it wasn't. Not the guy that was beaten up. The salaryman. The salaryman who just watched it. He's just like, I need to go fuck. And the thing is, he's divorced and he has like 2 grown children. Like he's in his 50s, but it hard cuts to him going to the red light district and then like the moans out like on the still image and his face is so funny. And then it cuts to the sperm penetrating the egg. And then the next day, because he's been around such testosterone, he's like upset with his boss. Like he's thinking in his head, he's like, this nepo baby is is scolding me. And then he gets pulled into this essential thing where Kengan Ashura's entire plot premise is how do corporations settle their major decisions? They get an underground arena of fighters.
Well, of course.
And then they'll fight them. They'll hire the best fighters and then make them fight. And then some of the decisions are done there.
I mean,
and
naturally.
so like, yeah, sometimes it'll be like a full tournament. Sometimes they'll be just like one-on-one matches to make these big business deals. And then this one is just like a tournament is called into effect because they want to change the entire hierarchy of the Kengan association, which is, yeah, we're talking about Kengan Ashura. Silent knows. Silent, you're a kindred spirit. You know what's good. I mean, this might be my bias because Silent also knows Yu-Gi-Oh, and I'm just like, oh, I'm a kinman. So the entire tournament
like
comes off, and you
Goonie,
get. Let me rest. Let me rest in peace. So like the cool thing about all all of this is you get these really wacky characters who are fighters that are really cool, and they each kind of exemplify different fighting styles that are semi-realistic in tone in what they can do, but they'll have like the stupid backstories as well. But the problem with, if you know about Baki, some of the problems with Baki is the narrator will try to convince you that the things that happen in Baki are remotely possible, which they are not. Because in Baki, it'll be just like, and then Yujiro Hanma made an explosive punch. This happened when he saw the nuke on Hiroshima, and then his brain saw the atoms smashing together because he could look that hard through the footage. And it's just like, and you can do it too if you try hard. And it's like, what? No.
That's like saying I can shoot people with my finger guns if I watch the fucking JFK tape long enough.
I'm saying, like, to be fair, the example I'm making is hyperbolic, but not out there. There's like one character who turns his bones into a whip. And it's
like
just like,
inside or
you
outside?
could do it too. Yeah, inside. Like he serrates it into this configurative like tail-like formation. And he's like, it's like, see how realistic this would be? It's like, no, this is not. You can't make me believe it.
Actually, that's like I don't know why, but my brain went to a place, and I think that would be like a really fun character idea. You know, like the Doolahans, like the knights that have like their head on their shoulder.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Get attached. Would it be really funny? Cool. Wouldn't it be really funny to have like a Doolahan? Wouldn't it be really funny to have like a Doolahan that like I don't know, like it came out wrong, so his spine is still attached to his head.
That'd be pretty funny.
So he just like has his head with like this spine dangling, and he just uses that as a whip.
Ugh. Um. So yeah, in Kengan, all of these fighters are different. They're working for different corporations, and you get some of these funny, like you get like a guy who is not Ronald McDonald, but he's Ronald McDonald. You get like Nintendo or whatever. And you get all these different characters, and this segues into a thing, and this also comes to this also comes down to Kengan Ashura and Devil May Cry, and I'm gonna put a poll here. Is what I'm gonna do. How do I make a poll again?
I think there's a command. I don't remember. I usually do it from like the dashboard. I mean, I can do it for you if you tell me what you want to pull.
Okay. So it's a poll I put yesterday where it is, what is your favorite type of climactic power-up? Is it the install, like your Devil Trigger, your Super Saiyan? Is it the screensaver, which is, I will change the entire rules of how this fight must go now because I have warped reality? Or is it the add-on, I have a stand or an additional fighter, like a familiar?
Okay.
So we're gonna put the poll in chat. I want to see who picks what. Candy and I chose the same answer on this one, to be fair.
I didn't know there is like a character limit for the polls in Twitch. That's annoying.
There we go. We got the current poll. So I'm gonna put mine. You can vote too, Candy, because you're. All right. So in Kengan Ashura, he uses an install called Advance. And the idea, Candy, for Advance is I'm going to take an advance loan out of my lifespan so I can beat you the fuck right now. And it's pretty great. It's very much a story kind of.
I don't care if I die sooner, as soon as you die first.
Yeah, like listen, if I'm in the ground later, that's fine. But if I put you in the ground now, I've won. That's its entire mentality. It's really great. All of these characters have some really fun personalities in the tournament, and it does something that's pretty good in a lot of animes. You will usually have your easy answers, right? The in a tournament matchup, it's usually going to be your pretty Bishonen guy who's mysterious, and this is a complete toss up of what characters might win. You might go in thinking, no, there are some pretty boys, but no one's guaranteed the W. It does the thing where the backstory is like a Record of Ragnarok, where the backstories are told in the midst of the match. And you like both are trying to be shown in these equal footing, and even then, if the person wins the match and then goes to the next round, their backstory is elaborated even more. So you have these back and forths, and yeah, like it's not the predictable like, oh, the pretty Bishonen or the popular character will win. There will be upsets, and you don't know who's going to win when going into a match for some of these matches. There's like a really great upset in that series. Fight choreography is pretty good. I think there was some analysis stuff too, where it was just showing, it's like, oh yeah, no, he's doing actual boxing stances, he's doing actual judo moves, he's actually doing this, which is really great. I know for some people they might get turned off by CG hybrid. This is hybrid, it's not fully CG. So some of the anime is just completely 2D cell, and then some of the fights are in the CG models. It isn't the worst, could be better. Soundtrack is pretty fun. Some of the few Japanese hip hop tracks that I actually like. It's not necessarily like fighter philosophy, but like these characters are pretty fun to root for and just see like in this competitive manner, and it just being as simple as it's a tournament is always fun for me. Got me hyped up. It was really great anime to work out to. And oh my god, do I love Advance. I love the concept of Advance so much.
Like, it is so petty. Like,
it's so petty and funny. It's so great. Because there's a character he faces off that has the reverse that's called removal or erasure, which is I erase the limits that are within my body. But it's like, yeah, whatever. But the other one's just like, I don't care if I die. I'll beat you. And anytime he procs it, anyone who fights him goes like, yeah, he's probably gonna beat me if he uses that.
I mean, at that point you have to. At that point you have to. If you're doing something so fucking like over the top stupid, you have to win.
It's really good. It is, I think, a total of 52 episodes. It is kind of like this interesting theory where, well, not interesting theory. One guy beat it. Yeah, we won't talk about him. Well, do we want to count 2 people silent? We'll talk about it later. But like, I don't want to spoil it for people because I actually want them to watch it. Advance is so fucking cool, Candy. So stupid and dumb.
I mean, it
I'm
sounds
sorry.
like
I'm sorry.
that.
I'm hyped up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm hyped up this much for it, but it's just like it's one of those Japanese like manga things where it's like I just used one word for this dumb concept, but it became 10 times more hype because of it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like just the mere concept, just the mere concept of like being so petty that you shorten your own life just to kill a guy faster.
Yeah, yeah, it's amazing. Um, there are some things that kind of don't age well in this adaptation. There's a specific thing I can think of right off the top of my head, but like forgive it for what it is. I don't know, it might be 10 years old and still kind of tropey in that. But like this is kind of very good for its manga. It actually has a sequel manga called Kengen Omega where the lore gets really stupid, I've been told. Like really dumb. Like conspiracy levels and sci-fi, but it's like kind of like fun if you just like that universe. Oh, Devil Trigger 1. Well, of course. Installs is fun. Um the Baki crossover with Kengan would have been, I mean, it's fine as fan service. I was fine with it. I like the characters a lot. What did I miss? Oh, we were just talking about Kengan Ashura. But like, yeah, it's just a really fun concept. I highly recommend. It's 52 episodes. It really works as its own isolated story. It ends off pretty well. It pulls off kind of like a call to some classical manga that I won't name because it'll spoil. Um, 52 eps, but it doesn't feel that long at all. The main character, the Japanese cast is what I listen to, but the English cast is apparently decent. Funny enough, Bryce Papenbrook was in it because Bryce is in everything.
Yeah.
Um,
Is
and
that how you pronounce his last name? I always say Papenbrook.
I don't know. I mean, I could say Papenbrook. I don't. Okay, Papenbrook. And the main character is Kaji Tang, the guy who voiced Ichiban and
Uh,
Gojo. So
and doesn't
yeah,
he also voice I forgot who
a
he
good show to binge
voices.
watch if you're working out, if you're doing cardio, I
Nishiki.
suppose,
Doesn't he
because
also
like
voice Nishiki?
no, that you're thinking about the Japanese voice actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I got confused. No, but
No
like
problem. No
I
problem.
recognize like Kaji Tang, so like maybe he voiced something in like something I watched or something I played. I don't
Probably
know.
he's been in other stuff. It's a good show to binge watch when you're exercising, especially. It'll hype you up. It'll be fun. Um, I'd say cardio because depending on your weightlifting setup, you probably won't be able to see the TV, so who knows. That was mostly it for my week that I can think of off the top of my head. I was also working out more and dieting more, so here's hoping to good health as we keep going. Oh right, I went to an
He
old
voices Detective Pikachu.
oh, that's really funny. In the original game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Ryan Reynolds is, that's weird. Um, what else? Oh yeah, I went to an event party that was like the end of
Oh,
the year for them, and
oh,
it was fun.
he voices the Yakuza boss in Insomnium. Do you remember him?
Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about. Shorty?
Yeah, the one who really wanted to put his faces in like on boobs.
Yeah.
Was you not relatable?
Um. So yeah, that was all of my week that I can think of. Oh right, I booted up some Ace Attorney. I'm gonna start actually finishing those games again because I'm on Great Ace Attorney 2. Then I have to finish 5 and 6. and
aren't
I'll be good.
like I have heard, I don't know a lot about Ace Attorney, but I have heard around like that there is a character in like the Greatest Attorney that is like Helmut Jones or something like that.
Oh yeah, Herlock Sholmes because of the estate for Sherlock being stupid. It's yeah. They have a lot of parody characters. To be fair, I played Phoenix Wright like in the DS era of like 2008. That series holds a lot of special memories for me. It's just like I never had a 3DS, so I
Uh,
never played the continuations,
I've
and
only
I
I've
just
only ever
waited for
played the
them to
first
be on
one.
Switch. First one's a fine start. First
Yeah.
one's good. Second one's pretty bad until you get to the final case, because the final case is like the best in the trilogy in my opinion. And then the third game is like my favorite overall from start to end. Apollo Justice looks great because it's the first game made specifically for the DS, so you have a much nicer color palette. The songs are much more in depth because of it. And I played Ace Attorney Investigations. That's fun if you like Miles Edgeworth. I don't like the remasters doing the vectorization for some of the art because they do it in this washed out way. Um, like they do the vector like they do vector art instead of sprite art, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they don't saturate the sprites. They go
Yeah.
back in the old GBA to DS like color palettes, so it looks so off-putting and not okay.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're going to like go that high resolution with your artwork, you need to like add a little bit more texture and more detail.
Yeah.
And like the
They
thing is
also
like
do the
like the thing is like you can achieve that like without like actually like adding more detail by having like like an art style that has like more like visual brushstrokes and stuff like that.
yeah. I mean, like to be fair, when Ace Attorney went 3D, 3D actually looks pretty fun. Like it's serviceable.
Yeah, and like
Um,
actually like because I have seen like like I'm pretty sure you have seen like because
the clown.
I post about that every now and then. I have like this hobby of just like getting my hands on like 3D models from games and just like playing around with them to see like how they work, like how they were done, like
Yeah.
uh I have like gotten my hands on like the 3D models for like the 3DS games.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very interesting because they are like animated in a way uh to like emulate like that jumpiness of the sprites, right?
Yeah.
With like very like sudden transitions and like very like exaggerated poses, but there isn't a lot of movement and there are a lot of like very like sudden transitions and stuff like that. And one of the things they use to achieve that is that there is actually no like rig, there is no skeleton on like their faces.
That's pretty funny.
There is no skeleton on their faces, there is no rig on their faces. So like they cannot like like animate them out or anything like that. Instead, what they do is that they have like every character
Different
has
head
like
models?
yeah, is like stop motion animation. Like like stop motion, like they have like different like faceplates for like different
Oh
expressions
my
for like every
god.
character.
Yeah, so they do that for the transitionary frames too?
Yeah. So if
Oh
you
my
if
god.
so if you open the model in like so if you open the model in like a 3D software, it looks like a mess because like all of the faces are enabled at once by default.
Yeah, no, that's insane because like there's a difference between like if it were just like 10 different face models that they just snapped to, but they don't because there has to be some transition because I played some of them. So the fact that they did different faces for each transitionary frame as well.
No, but like there's actually like an easier way to do that for like the
Mm-hmm.
transitions, and it's called shape keys. Basically, what that does is like a thing that is like a standard functionality. So like Blender has it, Unreal Engine has it, or Unity has it. And basically, what you do is like if you have two models that have the same amount of vertices, you can essentially like
Mm-hmm.
automate like a linear interpolation between like the shape of one and the other.
Mm-hmm.
So because every face has the same amount of vertices, they can interpolate between like every single one of the face planes automatically.
That's crazy. I didn't even know that. Because like to be fair, like Ace Attorney is one of those things where like the personality really came in the sprite art, and it is one of those games with some of the most immaculate sprite animations ever. Like the amount of flexing in some of the later games. Like Apollo Justice has like 3 characters with a Mr. Hat animation that is a bunch of frames.
Hmm.
Trucy, Kid Trucy, and her dad all summoning like Mr. Hat. And like there are just so many frames in that animation that make it just really beautiful to just look at this funny character just popping out. It's just really show offy. I loved it. I can't wait to be caught up. I've been told 5 and 6 are not exactly the best games. Considering some of the character arcs that we went to in the original trilogy and Apologistus. But I can't wait to be caught up on one of my favorite series of all time. So
Yeah. And again, like I do like it is very impressive, like technically, like looking back and like the fact that they decided to go like the stop motion way of like having like individual faceplates, and they just like toggle them on and off.
yeah,
Like that is very very like. But again, because like they had a specific art style that wanted, and that was like the best way of doing that.
yeah. I mean, like that's why I like it better than like the remastered trilogy. And well, to be fair, Ace Attorney Investigations doesn't look too bad when you do the whole when you use the vectorized art for the point and click parts. But when you go
Mm.
back to what makes Ace Attorney, like the visual novel element, the art just doesn't look right. Like its color grading just looks bizarre. And there's also this thing in certain art, like in old Dragon Ball Super art, where they would add the lighting in the character's art, and so that would kind of give them this plastic like sheen.
I'm wondering if that is.
Um,
I wonder if like the
yeah.
like problem with colors, with like the Ace Attorney remasters might come to the fact that like the GBA and the Nintendo DS use palletized textures. Um,
Mm,
so like basically like uh the way it works is that like because of like hardware limitations, there is like like a limited amount of colors you can show on screen, right?
yeah, no, I know that. Like the thing is, like one Ace of Attorney Investigations is a DS game.
Yeah, but like the Nintendo DS
Um,
also
even
use palletized
even
textures.
to be fair, but like it wasn't necessarily even as bad as like it like the remaster. And if you're going to do the remaster to begin with, like I don't know, put more effort into it, because the problem is when you go back to the remaster trilogy, you kind of look at it and you go like, "Oh my god, the entire courtroom is piss yellow. Who pissed on everything?"
Probably Eggman. You know he is.
Probably Judge. Judge does look like Eggman, except with a beard.
I wonder how Eggman. Ooh, never mind.
I don't want. I don't. I guess I don't want to know.
If even I
Um.
like if even I stop myself from saying something, it is very bad.
Oh right. The other thing was I went to an event with some old people like I worked with. Got to see some of my juniors from there. Very sweet people. They gave me like a book and they signed it. Very nice things. Got to have dinner. Um, it was fun. It was mostly karaoke and stuff like that too. And
I love
I can't think
karaoke.
of much.
I haven't done it a lot because there is no like
Yeah, I do too.
because you know we don't have karaoke like bars or anything like that with like karaoke machines around here.
Hmm.
So if you want to do karaoke, you have to do it at like a friend's house and like their own setup or anything or something like that.
Yeah, we used to have a machine as well. We need to get
Um,
a new machine,
yeah, how to speak.
so to speak. Because
Um,
some of those new machines are like really pricey, but they'll connect to the internet and give you like this wide array of like songs and like YouTube songs that'll just give you the lyrics and then you can sing along to them. But yeah, it was mostly that, and then funny enough, there were people there that I also got to complain about the DMC animated too. So that was a bonding thing for everyone that week.
yeah,
Like
like
everyone
that,
was just
like
like,
you
one,
you know,
yeah.
like I feel like in the end of the day, that makes the anime a success because art should bring us together.
People talk, yeah, people talk about it. It brought us together. Everyone went like war crimes to Green Day, and that was that was the takeaway.
Oh man, that ending. Because like the thing is like I feel like yeah like yeah there were problems like all throughout the series, but if it ended 10 minutes earlier I feel like it would be just like yeah that was like a 6 or 7 and we would have just
Yeah,
like moved on.
yeah. Oh, we really dug into why the DMC anime is bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, we you missed like 2 hours of us just riffing on it.
Yeah, it's bad. And we had opinions.
Nothing bonds like shared war crimes.
War crimes to
This is
Green
true.
Day. Yeah.
War crimes to Green Day. Why Green Day? Why did it have to be Green Day? Because it says American Idiot, Nick. Oh, right. Right.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
are
I
you
was
talking
afraid. I
like
was
are you
afraid.
so angry you're talking to yourself now?
Yeah. My second lobe was just like Nick. And clearly that's it. Because you see, Adi Shankar was like, but what if the entirety of DMC was set upon your nose? And you were like, yeah. And what if it all was on the nose? Wow, that was, yeah. Great
Oh
series.
my dear gentleman, it looks like you might have a story upon thy nose.
Oh god, what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? You know what the thing is? Like, I think Castlevania Nocturne didn't have him as the director, but I also think like I've heard like the Nocturne animated series is not as good.
I haven't watched it.
Um,
All I know, I haven't all I know about all I know about Castlevania Nocturne is that Richter's mom is really fucking hot in that one.
oh yeah, well of course she's like she's a Lady Belmont. She's automatically gonna get points. But like the thing is like, um, why bother adapting the one with more like a workable story?
Yeah,
Like
like
three kind of was the success it was because there wasn't much to it, so you could do whatever you want, and then you could build it into Symphony of the Night. So
oh, oh yeah, yeah, she's oh yeah, I'm looking and she's
yeah,
hot.
yeah, too hot for this world apparently, said the vampire.
I mean, oh,
Yeah, I know she's great.
oh. And that is all I know
Yeah,
about like Nocturne.
I think it's still going on. I can't remember. I might be wrong, but I don't know. I remember hearing negative things on the first season, and then one friend who was like, she's very she very much loves Castlevania and Devil May Cry and stuff, and she was like, it gets like serviceable afterwards, but I'm just like, I don't know if this will. I don't know if that'll be the same thing people will say for like the DMC animated if it gets a second season. Like we said before, this thing's doubled down into its own territory too much. There's no way it can course correct.
I mean, I guess like actually like what may save them is again
Yeah.
like you know how I keep saying that like they're doing the Doom plot now.
Yeah.
Maybe they should just like lean into that and turn Dante into like Doom guy with a sword.
I guess, but
Like
it'd
that may
just
be
be like,
fun.
but Doom. Well, yeah, I guess, but Doom Guy's characteristic is he's angry.
Yeah, he's angry.
He's angry. I mean, I guess you could have like the alternative where it's like he's having fun, but it's like I
Yeah,
don't know if that'll be as effective.
but
Especially,
they're probably not going to do that.
they're probably not gonna do that. Also, if it was like Doom Guy versus Virgil and the narrative of efficacy of like a one-sided bulldozer, and then making Virgil have to lose to bulldozer.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. Like
You know, what's my
ooh,
favorite thing about like Dante figuring out that Virgil's alive again? Is
mm,
because anyone who's played the original games is just like, my brother's alive? I have to find him. And in my brain, it auto completed 2 so I can beat him the hell up. Just like,
yeah,
those two will never get along for the rest of the. Like, they can't.
yeah.
One just breathes, and the other is
I
just
mean,
like, I'm having a
it looks like
problem.
they like at the end of at the end of 5, it looks like they settled into like a more friendly way of like dealing
Yeah,
with their
yeah.
competition.
It's not like, I'm not going to kill you, but I sure as hell am going to spend the eternity beating you up.
Yeah,
It's like valid. Valid. It's still crazy that. Well, is it as crazy? It's just still weird to think that Virgil fucks, like, canonically. He's
yeah.
such a nerd.
Tune in into Devil May Cry Season 3 to watch Virgil fuck.
What do you think the mom will look like?
Oh. what if she also looks like their mom?
No, what if she? Oh God.
What if they both look like what if they
No,
both what if they
no,
both
Kane.
have the
You know what'd be
mommy
really
issues?
bad? You know what'd be really bad? If the love interest was named Trish.
Oh. What are we looking at?
Oh,
Kila, we were looking at this character. Very respectfully.
very respectfully, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Very respectful. Yes, yes.
How is the Belmont clan dying out if they were producing this?
Mm-hmm. Actually, like the answer is very simple. No man was good enough for her.
Oh damn! Well, Richter's dad was apparently.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, Richter is like the strongest Belmont, if I remember. No, it might be Jules. I think it might be Julius Belmont, because the Belmonts get stronger every generation. I
No, no,
think.
like if Julius from Arya and like Dawn, he's a
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
machine. Like
yeah, yeah.
he's
No,
insane.
because
But
it used to be everyone used to consider it was Richter, and then everyone kind of remembered like Julius kind of can just fight on even footing with chaos.
I mean, Julius was the one that actually killed him for good.
Yeah.
I mean, kinda. Like it's complicated, but
Well, I mean, to be fair, like in the way the setting goes, is like Dracula can't come back now. He's just he's what, Soma Cruz? Yeah, Soma.
yeah. Like, and I think like Julius has like all the skill or the ability, like like he has but he's also like just fucking done. Like he is tired and he's going to like deal with this and go and yeah. I don't
As
care.
per
I'm going to deal with this.
as,
I'm going to
as
fix this
per the
problem.
usual. Yeah, it's just a job for the Belmonts at this point.
Yeah.
If we ever got to the animated point, the idea of Ari Kato by Alucard would just seem so. Someone would point out in the series like, "Isn't that a little insensitive?" And he's like, "What? No."
That wasn't the origin. That was one of the things they didn't change.
Yeah, no. My name's Alucard. He's like, "Yeah, but you decided to do the whole like Japanese accentuated English." No, shut up though. It's cool. I have black hair and glasses.
Yoko is very hot on those names, I think.
You know who I was a big sucker for? Because
Hmm?
I loved her story arc, and I have a soft spot for her. Shanoa. I love Shanoa.
Oh, Shannon Ice Cream.
She's a good. Shanoa is amazing. Shanoa is so great that Miriam from Bloodstained is just Shanoa.
Yeah. No, Shannon Ice Cream. Like
Yeah,
like
Shanoa's amazing.
the design is great, but like also like there's like her arc and her personality. They're very like
Her arc, her personality, that story, just kind of like if it was like it just makes you sad,
yeah. I also
but it's
like in
also
general
beautiful.
like it probably helps that I like in general like I love the art style of like the character art on Order of
Yeah,
Ecclesia. It is really really good.
Order of Ecclesia is amazing. To be fair, like I just also love hybrid designs like hers. Her blues are amazing. Um, she also has like the hybrid, like she has some armor, but also the cloth, right?
And
If I remember
like
correctly.
open back I always
Yeah,
have.
yeah, yeah. I just love that she has like the kind of like dress armor situation going on, and she's got like the heels in her armor. There's so much fun in her design.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she's good. She's great.
Now,
I should replay that game at some point.
now I just wish Castlevania wasn't belonging to Konami. I just wish I got a good Castlevania game again. Like sure,
Yeah.
Bloodstained is pretty decent, but it's gonna take like the first game's kind of rough, so it feels like they'll probably find the second or third game to be good.
Mm. And that's probably going to
So
take a few years.
probably. And the thing is, between the two, I actually like Miriam's design slightly more. But
Mm.
like,
She has very
she's
thick
fine as a
legs.
character.
She's great.
Yeah, but she's like fine as a character too. But like, I mean, her to be fair, her arc kind of does mirror Shanoa's and the references as well. But like, I just wish we had a more. Well, not it's not like it's rushed. I just wish we had something better. I feel like a
Yeah.
sequel is probably where I'm gonna have more fun with her.
Yeah. I don't know, like that's an interesting question. Say because like I feel like Konami doesn't have the structure to make games inside internally anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean to be
And
fair,
that is
like Silent Hill is in the future of fucking Blooper Team now. I think.
yeah. So like that, like even if they want to make one, they're not going to make one themselves. So like what studio would you like? to make like a
You
new
know,
Castlevania.
you know who was a studio that made Castlevania games that were pretty bad? It was the same studio that made them for Metroid Dread.
Yeah, Mercury Steam.
And then Metroid Dread was good, and then you just sit there, and as a Castlevania fan, you're just like, oh, they got a good Metroid game, but at what cost? As you look at the bad Castlevania games.
Yeah, but like actually, like there is a good reason for that. Is that apparently like the management on that company is like a mess, and Nintendo had to fix them.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the reason Metroid Dread is good is because Nintendo intervened and fixed the company.
I do remember us having this conversation before. Who would be a good dev for a Castlevania game? That's a pretty good question. I don't want Castlevania to become a roguelike.
Mm-hmm. And like because I know a lot of people are probably like when I ask this question, a lot of people I know a lot of people are probably going to go this way. So I'm going to say it. I don't want Castlevania to become a Souls like either. So not from software.
No, no. If you were gonna go that way, then you might as well do the 3D series again, but in that style. But even then, it wouldn't be that satisfying. Because the Belmonts are just mostly the whip base and their items.
Yeah. What about? Oh no, I don't know. What about the Blasphemous devs? Could they pull it off?
Yeah, they make serviceable Metroidvanias.
Hmm.
Maybe the Ender Lily devs.
Hmm.
If Team Cherry ever finishes a game again, maybe them, but I don't know when that
You know
will
what I
be.
would love to see?
What?
I would love to see like a collaboration between like like another studio developing it, like
Yeah.
another studio develops it, but Arc System Works comes in and they like teach the other studio like how to do like their anime their 3D anime thing.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, totally. You could do that. Have them just be a part of that and have that. I think that what didn't Relink have something that was oh yeah, no, Grand Blue, but like they developed it in house, right?
Hmm.
Trying
I
to think
do
of others.
know. I do know there was like one of because like one of those like stupid anime arena fighters. I do know like I think it was Kill la Kill that got one.
Yeah, Kill la Kill got like a platinum one, I think.
But like the thing is that one was published by Arc System Works, and the game does look like maybe they like learn something because it has like really nice like disseminated
Arc
animation and stuff
has
like that.
yeah, Arc has some of the best stylized 3D models in the games. In the games industry. So like
And like if
like
you think
also
about it,
like
like
yeah.
one of the reasons their style works so well is because they like know where the camera is.
Yeah.
So they can like
I think
modify the lighting and like distort the models to like fit that. And you have
mhm.
that same advantage on like a side scroller, right? On like a Metroidvania.
Yeah.
So I think it could work. And I honestly think it would be like because yeah, like maybe you are dealing with scale. Like at that point you are dealing with scale, but I feel like that gets balanced by the fact that uh the camera is like farther away and the character is smaller on screen, so you can
I'd
like
be
scheme on some
fine.
detail.
I'd be fine with the Dead Cells devs or like the Skull, the Hero Slayer devs doing it if they didn't make it a roguelike. Cuz I like their pixel styles. If we wanted to keep that sort of vibe to it. However, to be fair, whenever you're developing 3D models, just kind of in the long run are kind of a better investment.
Yeah.
Um, so if we had to go that, I'd probably go with like if we went Arxis, like yeah, I'm always gonna say yes because I love Arxis.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
This is an interesting thing because like there's so many devs there, but you don't know exactly what they'd make. So like
Hmm.
because there are so many indie devs that do Metroidvanias, so they'd obviously want to take a crack at it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There was like a Metroidvania where the guy's head is like a black hole or something. That one looked interesting. Maybe I'd give it to them as well from the gameplay I saw. So
Maybe
yeah,
like
I'd probably
maybe the
yeah.
guys who are making the new Pac-Man game.
Yeah, okay, I'd play that. I'd play it made by them. They just
like
get straight to
like
the
where, where
source.
where did that idea like it is like a blast from the past, like another fucking greedy Pac-Man game.
Pac-Man, but Metroidvania. Yeah.
Unlike Dark and Greedy. It's like, okay.
Dark and gritty Pac-Man is
It's
pretty
like,
funny.
okay, 2006. I get you. I mean, like,
uh,
like, oh no, that's a horrifying thought. But like,
right.
2006 was almost 20 years ago. So like, the cycle of nostalgia is like for 2006 now.
Yeah.
Because
You know what the funny thing is?
the cycle of
I
nostalgia
like how
is
we
always 20 years. Like, it's usually 20 years. So like, the cycle of nostalgia is 2006, 2005 now.
does Inti Creates make anything anymore?
I don't know.
Because they still make like the Mega Man like Zero likes. I think they've done a couple Metroidvanias as well. So yeah, you could probably do something. Or wait, are they more of a publisher than a dev? And I'm just remembering wrong. No, they've developed and published some stuff before, so I think
Didn't
maybe
they do
they
like
could. But look,
didn't Inti Creates like publish the Galgun games on the West?
oh god damn it, they did.
They
They
did.
did.
And they also made them. They also made them. Okay, so they didn't publish them, they made them.
Oh, kill me. I just
So
remember their work in the Mega Man Zero and like and Gunvolt. Oh my god.
so one of your options for the new Castlevania games is the Galgun developers.
Oh wait, hey. Here's the thing. Games developed and published, they also developed Bloodstained Curse of the Moon 2. So they have done a Castlevania, but not necessarily a Metroidvania that I can see right away.
Yeah. I don't
Oh,
know,
they
like
also did Curse of the Moon 1.
I don't know, like maybe now that Mercury's team is fixed, they can like try it again and it won't actually be good.
Also just like it's funny that we didn't even consider the actual Bloodstained devs.
I mean, but like, will
Considering
they?
Ego would, I mean, it's his property. He like, would he turn down the
I don't know. I feel
games
like
out of principle? I don't know if he cared about like because he cared enough about the IP to make a spiritual successor. If he was just handed the ability to make one, I don't know.
but like, I guess like it
You could
depends. Like,
argue that it's a competing IP, I suppose, but
or
like to be
like,
fair,
or
Bloodstained
like
doesn't
maybe he's
actually.
just too born with the idea of like working for Konami again.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, I feel like maybe they can, but like, I wasn't considering them because I don't think if they would. I don't know if they would.
Hmm.
Okay, so like, but like, what if we, what? Okay, so like, because I'm going to be honest, I actually kind of like some of the 3D Castlevania games.
Oh,
um,
the hack and slashies
I think Lament of
and
Innocence is okay.
Judgment.
I think Lament of Innocence is okay. I actually really like Curse of Darkness. And I think the first Lords of Shadows game is actually like okay.
Yeah, the second one went weirdly like, oh, corporations are playing in this, right?
Yeah, and I think like your fucking like Castlevania game should not have 4 stealth sections.
Yeah.
Like bottom line that Castlevania should not have 4 stealth sections. But I'm so like I'm actually trying to think. Okay, so like who could be like a good developer to make like a 3D one? You know?
I would have way back in the day. I would have said Platinum, but like they've been so dodgy lately that I'd have to see the new Ninja Gaiden game to get a feel on it.
Yeah, because like that is the thing. Like nobody makes action games anymore except from software, and I don't want.
Well, that's not so necessarily true. More are coming out, but some are coming out in like the indie scene. Bizarrely enough, there's like that
Yeah,
one that's like Final Fantasy 15 DMC mixed up together.
yeah.
Yeah, they're like the first Berserker came out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know because I don't know. Like maybe like because like I'm thinking like I don't think like the gameplay of a Souls like is the correct thing to go for. I think like that gameplay will not work in that scenario. But like as far as like like atmosphere and visual design and like From Software is like the best option.
Yeah.
So like and like now that we have a new like Armored Core game, we know that From Software can like make different kinds of gameplay.
I mean, to be fair, it does have some similar structures to Souls, though.
Yeah, but like I don't know, like maybe.
But it is much different. It is much more different than usual.
I don't know, like maybe from software, where like with the condition that they use like a different combat system that is like more arcadey, I guess would be the word I would use. I don't know.
It's hard to see if they'd go along with that though. Is the tough thing. I mean, to be fair, this conversation might completely change when Night Rain comes out.
Hmm.
Because Night Rain looks a little more action-packed by comparison.
Yeah.
Um,
But like I don't know, because like it looks like more action packed, but it also like I feel like for the game to make sense, like from a budgetary standpoint, it has to be like pretty much just like the bones of Elden Ring. So it's probably going to like share a lot with that one.
who are the people who made Blaze Blue Entropy Effect? Maybe they
Um,
could take a crack at one of them. 91 Act. Okay.
oh, like I'm also thinking like maybe actually like maybe From Software could like would be like a good choice right now. Because um the thing is like I don't know if you, but like after the DLC for Elden Ring came out, uh Miyazaki started like doing interviews, and he was saying that like and you know like the DLC, like a lot of people felt like it was like almost excessively hard, like even for like From Software standards. A lot of people felt like it was just like aggressively punishing in a way that was almost like getting excessive. And like the thing is like Miyazaki himself agrees, and he has said in interviews that he thinks he has gotten to like the limit of what that combat system can achieve.
Fair. However, this is also the man who's like, I can't help making swamp levels.
I don't, but like I don't know. I feel like
Someone stop me.
if by some like weird fluke, like From Software had gotten like the Castlevania IP like right now, I feel like they could use that as an opportunity to like do that, like to like go outside of like the limits of like the combat system they feel like they are at the limit of.
True. I mean, to be fair, I think everyone's been having Souls fatigue. So
Yeah,
like, if they were doing another property, the problem is like they have such an identity associated with that engine that if you heard that happen, the innate worry would be it would just be a Souls game.
yeah.
Um, but like it just feels like there's just an out like there is a bunch of Souls fatigue now because you aren't seeing like people do it as much anymore by comparison.
Yeah, and like a
So
lot of games are like like it's starting to like go back to like, because like for example like you know uh like you mentioned the first Berserker earlier, like
yeah,
one of
that's
the
more
big point,
character action, isn't it?
yeah, like one of the big points about like the marketing of that game is that there is no stamina.
Yeah, no, it's just like an actual character action game again. It's just like, thank God. Like I love Souls games as much as the next person, but that market got so saturated that
Yeah, and
it lost its
like what
magic.
is the name of that one that is like coming out, like Phantom Blade Zero, I think it's the name.
Uh, let me see, Phantom Blade Zero. Oh yeah, I see it.
Like they are explicitly saying, like in the marketing for this game, that they like the structure and like the world design of like From Software games, but they don't like the combat. So they decided to make a game that is like that that kind of like interconnected like level design, but with like Devil May Cry combat basically.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's just like there's just so many godforsaken clones. Like I'm seeing footage now, and it does look more action packed. There was another game we saw in one of those. Remember?
Yeah, I don't know, because
Yeah,
like the thing
the
is
one
like,
with the female protagonist, but it also looked character actiony, and we were like, thank God. I forget what her name
you
is.
know, I think it's like Fallen Feather or something like that. I don't know. There's a bunch of them,
Probably.
and they have like very similar
Also the
names.
oh
Like
yeah, the problem with
that is
video
the
games
problem
now.
with them. They have very similar names.
Well, also the fact that video games have gotten to this point where so many names are being used, it's hard to actually get like a name that sticks and sounds good.
Yeah, I feel like honestly, I felt like it was over when someone trademarked God of War. Like it's over.
Tides of Annihilation. Tides of
Oh, that
Annihilation was the
one.
one I was talking. Yeah. Because that one initially looks Souls-like, but it looks much more character actiony once you see more of the fights. So yeah, I'm glad. I mean, I'm glad character action is having its It's Day in the Sun again versus Souls games. So yeah, hopefully we'll get to see some more. But like, yeah, if it came to Castlevania, I don't know. FromSoft maybe, but again, a lot of our expectations would just be it would just be a Souls game, and
Yeah,
that's a worry. I feel like the conversation becomes less scary if I see FromSoft making a game that isn't what I would immediately go, that's a FromSoft game. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah. Like even if Armored Core is different, it's not different enough for me to go like, yeah, I could let Castlevania be in here.
Mm,
And even then, we have to kind of figure out what kind of identity we want Castlevania to be. Is it just going to be a Metroidvania still? If that's the point, I'd rather it just go by its 2D standpoints. Are we going for the Lords of Shadow route, or like what are we doing? You know?
yeah. Hmm. I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, even the new Metroid game is kind of just going more back into the 3D thing that like Other M and stuff like that did,
Yeah,
which is pretty funny. Instead of like going solely on a Metroidvania aspect.
yeah. Hmm. Does Nintendo own Retro Studios actually?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know who they own. Aside from like Game Freak and like some others, I think.
Oh yeah, Nintendo owns Retro Studios. So they're never going to make anything except for Metroid, I think. And Donkey Kong.
Cursed to this existence. I really hate how Donkey Kong looks in that new game. I don't know why.
I like it. I like it.
That hair texture weirds me out. I'm sorry. This is the differing thing. It's just weirdly shimmering. It freaks me the fuck out.
He looks like he looks like what he looked before Rare got their hands on him. Like they're
Okay.
going back to like the pre-Rare CG design for him.
God, that is a name I haven't heard in a long time.
I mean, like I heard like that their
Rare.
pirate game is doing fine. He's just chugging along.
Didn't Ukulele got a remaster or something? Or a remake or whatever?
They got a like. Here's the thing. They got like a they made like another game that was like a 2D platformer. And the thing is, like everyone, like not a lot of people played that one. With everyone I know that played it, tell me it's actually like unironically just like fantastic.
Oh, okay. Wait, it's a 2D platformer instead of 3D platform?
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh,
think
that's
it's
cool.
but I think they also announced like Ukulele 2, I think.
Okay. Well, I remember when it came out, like Dura played it and he was like, "Yeah, I mean, it is what I kind of wanted, but it's missing some shit here." But yeah. Oh yeah, you know what? That's another Kickstarter game that kind of ended off like with a disappointing launch. Aside from Mighty Number 9, I do remember this. There's the
Okay,
hype
so
of it was like Rare is coming back.
they are making a remaster. They are making a remake.
Yeah, I remember it was something. There was like a replay in the name or something or
Yeah,
whatever.
it's called Replay with like the two E's
Yeah,
at the end.
yeah.
And the one I'm talking about is called Ukulele and the Impossible Liar. You know, the one that is like a 2D platformer. It's called Ukulele and the Impossible Layer. And again, like
Hmm.
everyone I know who plays it, like tells me it's like sorry, but just like good game.
I, that's great. I mean, 2D platformers aren't usually my go-to. Because if I'm doing that sort of stuff, I'm usually playing something like a Metroidvania.
Yeah. And also like I feel like the game was actually like rather technically impressive in a
Oh,
sense
maybe.
because it is like a super high I think it runs at like almost native 1080p at 60 FPS on like the original Switch.
Oh, nice.
So of course like every other console gets like super high quality like anti-aliasing and like very high resolutions. Because like that is the advantage of like if you make a game for the Switch, when it comes the time to porting it to other consoles, you can just like put the game to at 4K, 60 FPS, no worries. It will work. You don't even have to optimize it. But like speaking of the Switch, something that is very funny, like the Ukulele like remaster, is that it's one of the first games that got announced for the Switch too. But the thing is, like
Oh,
when the game got announced, they hadn't announced the Switch
Mhm.
2 yet. So if you go to the trailer, it says like PS4, Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, and then there is just like a Nintendo logo. Yeah, this is going to be on the Nintendo.
On the Nintendo, on the new Nintendo that your parent will buy.
Yeah,
The Nintendo.
it doesn't even say like. It literally just like, because again it has the PS4 logo specifically, like it doesn't say it isn't just the PlayStation logo, it is specifically the PlayStation 5 logo, and specifically the Xbox Series X and Series S logos. So like the logos are like specifically for like the consoles, and then it's just like the Nintendo logo. I don't know. I thought it was funny. It was like, yeah, wink, wink, not. Yeah, you know it's going to happen. We
Well,
know it's going to
no,
happen.
you know it's gonna. I mean, yeah. I mean, when it was announced, everyone was like, "Wow, the biggest open industry secret."
Yeah.
Breaking news: Nintendo wants to make more money.
Breaking news: time has the passage of time continues to occur. But I did think that was really funny. Like, because I wonder if there was like a back and forth. Like, I would love to know what the back and forth between like them and the Nintendo lawyers was. Okay, like what can we put? What can we put on like the trailer? Like do we just put like
But our logo,
do we put the successor to Nintendo Switch? Because like that was when Nintendo was like referring to it.
yeah.
Nintendo was calling it the successor to the Nintendo Switch. So like, do we put that? Like, do we just not put anything? Like,
Do we put it? This is the first console that just has 2 at the end of it.
yeah.
Yeah. It's always been some inane rebranding where it's like you got the NES. I guess you could make the argument for the Super NES and the Wii U. But like, nope, they just gave up and they were like,
Actually, they
"Oh, no,
confirmed.
no more gimmicks too."
Actually, they already confirmed that, like, in an interview with like one of the like designers for the console, they confirmed like at some point they were considering calling it the Super Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, but then you'd have the Xbox One problem.
Yeah. No,
Mm.
like I feel like that's like they decided against calling it the Super Nintendo Switch because it will feel like it will confuse people. Like, okay, so is this like an actual new console or is this like a PS5 Pro?
Well, also that, but just like even if it came out, you would just have the Xbox Series S, the X, the Xbox One, Xbox Classic. Like it's just like you just have 2 things that would just confuse people. And for any parent that's going to the store and going like, "Can I get my son wants the Nintendo Switch?" and then they just get the wrong Switch.
Yeah, and like there is nothing wrong with numbers. It has worked fine for Sony for like 30 years.
Yeah, it's fine. Why change it if it's broke? It only becomes a problem when the number becomes embarrassing.
Yeah.
When we get to PlayStation like 13, maybe it's time to change the name of the console.
Yeah. It's like that joke in like Deus Ex Human Revolution where there is a poster for Final Fantasy 31.
Final Fantasy, like, yeah, it's in Pritchard's room.
Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite thing about Pritchard is like I remember like playing it, and it's like his name's Pritchard. And it's like, oh, because he's a prick. Got it.
Yeah, that was what was I going to say.
Yeah. I mean, Pritchard's one of the best characters in that fucking first game.
Yeah. No, he's very interesting. I like he's very well written.
Yeah, he is. He comes back in a DLC thing for 2, and it's not that satisfying, but it's fine.
That's a shame.
Oh
Do you
god,
think there's going to be a new Deus Ex game at some point?
Oh,
Who even owns that?
probably not. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know who owns it. Warner Brothers gave up IDOS, so I have no idea who owns the IPs anymore. Who owns it?
Embracer. So there's never going to be another one.
It's never gonna be. Oh, I'm sorry, any fan of Deus Ex, you're doomed. Hey, the PlayStation 13.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen those videos of like that guy who was like super excited on like the PS3, and he was calling it the PS triple bowling. He was calling
Okay.
it the PS triple bowling.
There was a guy on YouTube, and I remember this way back in the earlier days of YouTube, who was legit the stereotype. He lived in his mom's basement, didn't have a job. She bought him his consoles, and he was a console warrior. Like, he hated the PS3. And
Mm.
he would spend all of his videos yelling in front of the camera about how the PS3 sucks and the Xbox 360 is better. And this was back when YouTube replies were a thing. Remember YouTube replies, Candy?
Yeah.
And there was just I don't know why it's so ingrained in my memory, but I remember remember I remember some person did a YouTube reply to Zone of the Enders footage with captions on them because they didn't want to show their face. And it's just music in the back. And I was just like, what the fuck am I watching? Like, even as a kid, as I was watching this, like, I'm watching a grown man have a meltdown. I remember him really screaming about the fact that the PS3 could cook a steak with its battery. Oh. I sometimes wonder if he was a fever dream.
Yeah, like I found that his name is Chad Warden. Like genuinely his name is Chad Warden before the
Oh
Chad
yeah,
thing
yeah,
was
Chad
was a
Warden,
meme.
yeah.
And he was like, I'm talking about the PS triple bowling.
Three bowling, baby. Yeah, he had that weird, like, he had a bizarre accent to it too.
Yeah. So like maybe he should
Yeah,
come back. Maybe he should come back when the PS13 comes
it should
out.
be the main marketing on the actual official marketing. That'd be funny. Looks on him because Xbox isn't that good anymore now, is it? Yeah, I guess so. If I could have gone back in time and brought him to current day, he would have a meltdown. He'd be like, "No, the Empire's fallen." And then I'd put him back to his time, and then he'd try warning everybody, but then they'd think he's crazy. Oh right. Remember that scene at the start, Candy, of DMC where there's that guy he's the conspiracy theorist and everyone's laughing at him,
Yeah.
and they have the shot of the talk show that looks straight like it's straight out of the Joker on
Mm-hmm.
Society. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
no, but like
Oh
I
my
went to
god, I
like look
forgot.
for a
I
meme.
remember more things.
I went to like look for a meme because like like you bring that Xbox how to speak. You bring that Xbox guy to like the modern day, and he just does this. His reply just this.
The West has fallen. Millions must die. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. He's just He's just so upset. People used to be so good night, Sky.
Night night guy, thank you for stopping by.
People
How about
used
the
to be
dreams?
so into console wars. It's funny that Xbox went like, oh, it was actually really good for us. It's like, yeah, of course it was. Now you don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, glad I picked Dan to Dan over watching DMC. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Dan to Dan.
Dun 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 dun.
Dun 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 dun.
What does that even mean?
You know what the funny thing is?
Oh, that is the one with the really hot grandma, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know what the funny thing is, Candy? I talked to a friend about it, and he reads the manga, and I think he's like, oh, we're in chapter 100 and something, and now we're finally knowing what the name means. I was like, oh, okay.
I don't know why, but I looked. I just looked Dan 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 to remember if it was the one I was thinking of, you know.
Yeah,
So I just like, and this was like the
Grandma
first
is
image.
fine as well. I
Um,
think she's voiced by Luffy.
I don't know anything about One Piece, and I never want to know anything about One Piece. That thing is entirely too long.
Oh, here's the funny thing. I'm like chapter 800 right now, and I have to eventually catch up to it because I promised a friend. The funny bad thing is it's actually pretty good, which makes it all the more infuriating.
Yeah.
The manga's good. The anime's pretty bad.
No, but like you know what's going to happen? It's going to happen exactly what happened to Berserk. The guy's going to fucking die, and he's never going to get finished.
Yeah, Oda, you know what the funny thing is? Oda has heart problems too. I think he did leave a template of the ending for his of what the ending should be. You know what's an even bigger indicator, Candy? The anime is so bad, but it's 1,000 episodes in, right?
Mm-hmm.
They announced a remake anime a year ago. What is the point? because when you get down to it, right? Because the main anime has too much filler baked in. It's not like filler arcs entirely. It's just filler baked into the main episodes, right? And just elongating some episodes.
Yeah.
So I want you to think about this. One Piece will probably end maybe what, 2030? Who knows? And then when it's done, around that time, the first anime will end. And then the remake anime has to air and then go from the start to the end. And let's be lenient. Let's say the remake anime is 500 episodes on a weekly basis. That's still almost 10 years.
Yeah.
If you're an anime fan of One Piece, you're doomed.
Yeah.
If you're an anime fan who wants to have the most ideal One Piece experience, quote unquote, and you're like, oh, I'll wait for the remake, get ready. Get ready to wait till 2040. Get ready for neuroscience to have advanced so much, and you're still waiting for One Piece.
Yeah. It's like, hey man, do you want to go to Mars? We're moving to Mars. No. I have to wait for One Piece.
No. Zoro's about to do a beatdown.
Okay, so like I look for Dan, and this is the first image the first like image result that I found.
Okay.
And it's like, okay.
Yeah, no, apparently like the core couple is cute because they're both idiots. Like they're both apparently very likable as characters. And their dynamic is apparently fun from what I heard.
I don't know, man. I want to fuck the grandma.
Oh, yeah, all right, yeah. I'm not even gonna object to you. I agree. But she's a baddie though, Candy. I don't know if we can like handle her. I would need to pull out advance. I feel like she's above my pay grade. I need to take out my lifespan to make sure she's sated.
Yeah. Hashtag hag love.
Heart to heart. And that's
Hashtag
the
I love
power of
hags.
advance. I love hags. I will use advance. But you know what? We'll no longer advance this podcast tonight because we're going to end it now.
Yeah, because isn't it like 12 a.m. for you?
It's 12 a.m. for me.
Yeah,
However,
but like, I guess that is the power of spite.
You could advance yourself over to my YouTube page that can be found by my Twitch. It's linked in this title. Or you could advance to Candy's follow button. You could follow her and watch all of her content that she's going to put out. She has a gaming PC she's made for nostalgia purposes, and when she streams that's going to be fun too. You can also follow her on her Blue Sky if you want to hear unhinged ramblings of an insane woman
I should use that
thirsting
more.
for people. Oh,
I only go there to look for titties.
You linked it in. Oh, okay. maybe you'll see titties over at her Blue Sky.
Yeah, don't look at my follow. Don't please don't look at my following list. Please don't.
Why would you link that to your official account? All right. Or maybe
I only have so many phones to confirm my account, Nick.
if you like that, you broke me. If you liked this podcast, I suggest that you also check some of the past podcasts that are linked on her Twitch channel and also soon to be her YouTube when she uploads those VODs, because Candy, you should upload your old VODs. You haven't uploaded your old VODs.
I know. The thing is, like, they are uploaded. I just haven't like published them.
I like how I'm promoting you, and as I promote you, you sound like a shivering little girl in a corner going, ooh, please don't be mad at me.
I mean, pretty much.
You can use any of the platforms we mentioned earlier. Professional streamer, by the way. You can use any of the platforms we mentioned earlier.
This is literally she said she wants no pickles meme.
Oh god. If you want to get professional streamer tips from Candy, you can also join her Discord if you're not in it now. So, um with all of that out of the way, you could also use any of these platforms to give us feedback on the podcast. And if your feedback is, "Hey guys, Candy should maybe get an organizer." I'd go, "Yeah."
Maybe
Anyway,
set up an
take
alarm. I don't know.
take care and have a good night, everybody. Thank you again for the podcast. Fun to be here. Take care,
I
Candy. Love
hope
you.
I hope getting that out of the way like is going to help you sleep. Getting DMC out of your system is going to help you sleep better.
A spirit has been lifted out of me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful week. See you next Saturday. Bye.
Bye bye. But like like no jokes aside, I should probably get an organizer. How are you going to manage my affairs? You don't take notes. You don't write anything down. How are you going to manage my affairs? I can do it by myself. I don't need help to remember to do that. Yeah, like that is the problem. I feel like in order to remember to write things down, I will have to write down to remember to write things down. You know what I'm saying? Like this, that it's like I will need a reminder about being reminded of stuff. I will need like a Russian nest. I will need like a Russian nesting doll of reminders, like reminders for the reminders, because my brain is like that. But yeah. Thank you everyone for stopping by. I think next week I may be able to like get more of a schedule. I know. I'm thinking actually. I was planning. I was thinking. I was like mulling over my plans, and I'm thinking. Maybe what would be fun. Uh, I was thinking like because like Monday is my birthday. Monday is my birthday, so I was thinking maybe it would be fun on Monday to do like another stream, like when we were doing the Ace Combat Marathon, to finish one game on that day, like, and to play Project Wingman on Monday. I was thinking that would be fun. So I think I'm going to look at my like schedule and like look if I can like pull that off. But I think on Monday, I am going to try to do like for my birthday. I'm going to try to do like a finishing Project Wingman in one sitting stream. I don't know. I will confirm that on the Discord tomorrow, I think, or maybe on like Monday morning. But I think like next week I will be able to like get like more firmness on like more definition on like a schedule. Because again, like this week was very messy. This week was very messy. Very like it honestly feels like a waste. Like I don't know. I feel bad about the fact that I only streamed once this week. Like it makes me feel bad. So I do want to like get a very schedule like set up for next week. And again, like I definitely want to try doing something on Monday. Maybe with Project Wingman. I don't know. I think that would be fun. I think that would be fun. We'll see how that goes. That being said, thank you everyone for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being here. I hope you had a good I hope you had a good time. I hope our rants about Devil May Cry were educational. I hope they help you learn something about games. I don't know, maybe about anime, about what to watch. I hope if I prevented at least one person from watching that anime, I consider that a success. Because don't waste your time watching that anime. It is bad. So if I convince at least one of you to just like skip the anime and watch and play the games, I will consider that a success. will consider that a success. I will consider yeah, but like if you can like do play the games, they're very fun. But yeah, again, like thank you everyone for stopping by. I hope you had I hope you have a good day, good night. I need to like I keep forgetting. I really need to like ask Nick for tips on how to fucking I need to ask Nick for tips on like how to do outros and shit because he's way better at this than I am. You know, Guns, that doesn't surprise me. That is on character for you. Yeah, like good night, Gunners. I'm gonna goon. Bye bye. You know what I mean. Yeah. Or I guess like I could just say good night. I don't know if that works with my accent. Saying good night. But yeah, I guess good night, Gunners. Nick is not going to be happy about that. But yeah, good night, Gunners. Again, like I hope you see you on Monday. Hopefully, I will be able to see you on Monday. And again, I do apologize for like only streaming once this week. It was a very complicated week. But I do want to like I do want to like fix that next week. Hopefully, I will be able to fix that next week. And yeah, again, I'm just going to I'm just going to drop you guys off somewhere, and I'm going to go eat something because I'm hungry. I am very hungry actually. But yeah, that being said, again, like good night, good night, Gunners, and yeah, that's probably a good idea. That's probably a good idea to not burn out. But again, like thank you everyone for stopping by. Good night, Gunners, and I'll see you again hopefully Monday. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Bye.